Ladies and gentlemen, the third International Conference on Humanities, Education and Social Sciences and the second International Conference on Management, Business and Accounting for Postgraduate Program of Universitas Negeri Jakarta is about to commence in a few moments. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third International Conference on Humanities, Education and Social Sciences, and the second International Conference on Management, Business and Accounting. This conference are conducted by the postgraduate program of Universitas Negeri Jakarta
In
Recording in
collaboration
progress.
with Graduate School of Education, University of Hong Kong, and ICRA University, Pakistan. The Honorable Professor Dr. Dedi Purwana, Master of Business, the Director of Postgraduate Program of Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Professor Chen, the representative of Graduate School of Education, University of Hong Kong. Professor Dr. Zaki Rashidi, Chairman of Business Administration, ICRA University, Pakistan. To whom we respect, Professor Dr. Lo Sing Kai and Associate Professor Dr. Lee Kwai Sang from Education, University of Hong Kong. Professor Yinghuei Chen from Asia University, Taiwan. Dr. Lily Taylor from Edith Cowan University, Australia. Professor Yuli Rahmawati, Ph.D. from Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Indonesia.
Professor Dr. Thomas Köhler from Technische Universität, Dresden, Germany. Associate Professor Dr. Razana Juhaida Johari from UiTM, Malaysia. Professor Usep Suhud, Ph.D. from Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Professor Dr. Vincent Montenero from Czech Technical University, Czech Republic. And Mr. Bobur Sobirov, Ph.D. from Tashkent State University of Economics, Uzbekistan.
And our warmest greeting to all students and distinguished guests. It's an honor and precious opportunity for us, Fahrendi Vicky,
Michelle Marietta,
from Duta Universitas Negeri Jakarta, to host you on this occasion.
ladies and gentlemen, we are proceeding to the next agenda, the National Anthem of Indonesia Raya, followed by Mars Universitas Negeri Jakarta. So for all attendees, please stand up.
The next agenda will be a chanting prayer that will be led by Mr. Firdaus Wajdi, Ph.D. For Mr. Firdaus Wajdi, Ph.D., the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum Director, ladies and gentlemen. Before proceeding to the next agenda, allow me to lead. May these international conferences be successful and may all we be blessed. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahilladzi kana bi'ibadihi khabiran basira. تبارك الذي جعل في السماء بروجا وجعل فيها سراجا وقمرا منيرا أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله الذي بعث بالحق بشيرا ونذيرا وداعيا إلى الحق بإذنه سراجا منيرا اللهم صل عليه وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Praise to be Allah, the Lord of all creation, the most compassionate, the most merciful. We bear witness that there is no deity worthy of worship except Allah alone, without any partners, and we bear witness that Muhammad, peace be upon him, his servant and final messenger. Allahumma ya Allah, in this blessed day, in conjunction with the Third International Conference on Humanities, Education and Social Sciences, as well as the Second International Conference on Management, Business and Accounting, we seek for your blessing and mercy. Allahumma innaka ta'lam wa la na'lam, wa anta 'allamul ghuyub, wa bashirna bima yanfa'una, wa 'allimna ma yanfa'una. Wazidna ilman. Ya Allah, the bestower of knowledge and wisdom, the opener of door and the illuminator of hearts. We gather here today in the spirit of seeking knowledge and understanding. We seek your blessings and guidance as we commence this academic conference in the pursuit of the truth, enlightenment, and the betterment of the society. We acknowledge that true knowledge is a reflection of your divine attribute, and we strive to approach it with humility, sincerity, and a thirst of understanding. Ya Allah, please bless this gathering and make it a means of increasing our knowledge, broadening our perspective, and fostering intellectual growth. Inspire us to engage in productive discussion, to challenge conventional wisdom, and to think critically. Ya Allah, we recognize that the knowledge without guidance can lead us astray. Therefore, we beseech you to bless us academic endeavor with your divine guidance. Grant us the ability to distinguish right from wrong, to seek knowledge and that is beneficial and rooted in truth, and to apply our understanding in a manner that serve the greater good on humanity. Allahumma ja'al al-jami'at توفق في البحث العلمي والتدريس والابتكار. اجعلها مراكزا متميزة للتعليم والتعلم حيث ينمو العلم والمعرفة ويتقدم البشر في مختلف المقالات. Ya Allah, we pray for the success of the presenters, speakers, and participants of this conference. Grant them clarity of thought, eloquence of speech, and confidence in sharing their knowledge and insight. May their contribution inspire others to lead the positive change in their respective. Ya Allah, we pray for the unity and harmony among the participants of this conference. Remove any barrier of language, culture, and ideology that may hinder fruitful exchange. Enable us to listen to one another with empathy and respect, valuing diversity and celebrating the richness it brings to our collective understanding. اللهم ارزق الجامعات العالمية التقدير والاعتراف الذي يستحقونه واجعلها مراجعا مهمة في مجال التعليم والبحث والابتكار على مستوى العالمي. Ya Allah, please enable our universities to excel in scientific research, teaching, and innovation. Make them distinguished centers of education and learning, where knowledge and understanding flourish in various fields. Please make our graduates possess high skill and understanding abilities to serve the society and contribute to progress and prosperity. O Allah, we conclude this prayer by placing our trust in you, the all-knowing, the all-wise. Guide us in the acquisition and dissemination of knowledge and help us to use it for the benefit of all your creation. We seek your pleasure and your rewards in this life and hereafter. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuman. Tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suman. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa ant astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaika. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to witness a dance performance from Universitas Negeri Jakarta students. Jaipong dance are part of Indonesian rich traditional culture. Jaipong dance came from West Java and has been part of many important occasions. Please give a big round of applause, Tari Jaipong!
Lemihan cahayana dan dusan mujahidan angkat nagandian bangun taya karingan nganggo sinjang di lambat mojang priangan umat imut tak deri nyari harap lihat mojang priangan Lihan cahayana dan dosan mojak pria garelis maranis di sinjang lalenjang estu suruh mojak pria digigirna diharap nasi itu karena enjang mojak pria diraksa mojak
The next agenda. Let us hear the welcome speech that will be delivered by Director of Postgraduate Program of Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Professor Dr. Edith, Master of Business. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Morning, days of the Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Dr. Farudin, the Honorable Vice Rectors of Universitas Negeri Jakarta, the Honorable of Faculty attended the International Conference, Professor Johansa Lupis from the Dean of Faculty for Science. Thank you. a distinguished keynote speaker, head of Vice Director Academic Affairs for Rahayu, Vice Director for Administrative Affairs, Pak Jafar, Honorable Head of Study Program, and all invited participants of the third International Conference Humanities, Education, Social Science, and the second International Conference Management Accounting. Greeting from Jakarta and welcome to this international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, postgraduate of Universitas Negeri Jakarta hosting the two international conference in 2023 for once again. This is part of our commitment to realize Universitas Negeri Jakarta vision and mission become world class. And of course, have a reputation in Asian region. These conference activities are also a strategic effort to bring our postgraduate reputable institution Asian region. Moreover, aligned with international accreditation we have received, postgraduate of Universitas Negeri Jakarta is always committed creating an international standard of academic atmosphere by holding periodical international seminar and also conference. This event, postgraduate of Universitas Negeri Jakarta, collaboration with a number of overseas universities, held the third International Conference on Humanities, Education and Social Science, or the short ICHEDS, an international conference on management, business, accounting 23 that will be held on June 15 until 16, 2023. This event carry the themes, opportunities and challenges in educational practices and knowledge development for research ICHEDS and sustainability and green economics for the second IC-MBA. I believe the themes these two conferences very insightful and current issue that we are always discussing. The two international events will be conducted hybrid. For your information, this is the third time after the second ICHEDS was held in 2022. ICHEDS aims to bring together leading academic scholars, groups of scientists, and multidisciplinary practitioners worldwide. This is to present and exchange ideas related to various fields of knowledge education, language education, early childhood education, special education, basic education, educational technology, multicultural education, education management, measurement and assessment in education, and environmental education, both related to each application, trend, and future needs. The third ICHEDS received 122 registration from various countries, including Australia, Germany, Hong Kong, India, Iraq, Taiwan, and Indonesia, of course. This conference also features 6 keynote speakers, including Professor Dr. Lo Yinghuei from the Education University of Hong Kong. Thank you, Professor Lo. Professor Yinghuei Chen from Asia University, Taiwan. Thank you, Professor Chen. Professor Dr. Thomas Köhler from Technics, Universitas Dresden, Germany. My colleague, Professor Dr. Yuli Rahmawati from Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Dr. Lily Taylor from Edith Cowan University, Australia. And Associate Professor Dr. Kwai from the Education University of Hong Kong. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to holding international conference, the third IC has also had writing workshop for all interested participants. Participants also submit papers to the committee, which will later be submitted to special issue in several international journals. And documents that meet criteria will be published in this international journal. Meanwhile, second IC-MBA is followed by 92 participants coming from Pakistan, Malaysia, Pakistan, Czech Republic, and Indonesia, of course. 5 keynote speakers will share their knowledge and expertise. There will be Professor Dr. Zakir Rashidi from Iqra University, Pakistan. Professor Usep Sud, Ph.D. from Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Indonesia. Associate Professor Razana Johari from UTM, Malaysia. Sir Borbur Sobirov, Ph.D. from Tashkent State University of Economics, Uzbekistan. And Professor Vincent Montenegro from Technical University, Czech Republic. For participants who are interested in sharpening their academic writing skill, they can come and follow workshop led by Associate Professor Dr. Joseph Agbenyega from Emirates College for Advanced Education, United of Arab Emirates. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of my speech, please allow me to express my gratitude to our co-hosts, Education University of Hong Kong and Iqra University of Pakistan as part of our commitment to strengthen academic networking between the universities. I believe that a strong international collaboration will bring benefit for the postgraduate of UNJ in the future. I realize that these two events would not be succeeded without great effort from steering and organizing committee chaired from Professor Arita Marini. Please give applause to her. And also Dr. Mutia Delina, can I please? Mrs. Ade Dwi Utami, PhD. And also Dr. Ayatullah. And all members of organizing committees who have made conference run. You did a great job. Mr. Rector, would you please officially open this conference for the sake of Universitas Negeri Jakarta? Finally, Please enjoy and take benefits from this international conference. Thank you very much. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Dedi Purwana, Master of Business.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session, let us hear the speech that will be delivered by the representative of Graduate School of Education, University of Hong Kong, to Professor Trent John. The time is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the third International Conference on Humanities, Education and Social Sciences 2023. The theme of the conference is opportunities and challenges for educational practices and knowledge.
Professor Trent John.
Yes. Development. The conference is being hosted by the postgraduate program at UNJ, Indonesia. It is the third such conference, the first being held in 2019 and the second in 2022. The conference welcomes different stakeholders, researchers, practitioners, students, and policymakers to share their thoughts and the latest developments in research in humanities, education, and the social sciences. In the coming 2 days, there will also be opportunities to discuss common challenges and craft creative solutions. The Graduate School at the Education University of Hong Kong places particular importance on encouraging our postgraduate students to showcase their work in international conferences and to participate in international communities of researchers. Therefore, the Graduate School is particularly pleased to take part in this conference. Again, I would like to welcome you all to the conference and wish you have a fruitful and productive 2 days. Thank you very much.
The Education University of Hong Kong is a publicly funded tertiary institution dedicated to the advancement of teaching and learning. We offer diverse academic and research programs on teacher education and complementary social sciences and humanities disciplines. The university has a wide range of support services for our research students, whether in terms of finances, academic skills, or career development, where they can use the resources provided by the university to explore ideas and issues related to their studies. All our research postgraduate students benefit from the guidance of team supervision. They can also receive funding to participate in conferences and global learning experiences. We offer a vibrant and international learning and research environment, and we focus not only on academic work, but also whole person development.
Thank you, Professor Trent John, for the speech delivered. The next sessions, let us hear the speech that will be delivered by the Professor Dr. Zaki Rashidi, Chairman of Business and Administration, Iqra University, Pakistan. To Professor Dr. Zaki Rashidi, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for inviting me for this wonderful ceremony which you have today. the conference which you are having, International Conference on Humanities, Education and Social Sciences, and IC-MBA, International Conference of Management, Business and Accounting. I'm sure very learned speakers are there and they are presenting their work, research work to all of you. And definitely it will contribute a lot more to the scholarly work. I must appreciate the efforts of the rector and the vice rector and bringing these types of the conferences in University Negeri, Jakarta. And I'm sure it will enhance the level of the UNJ. I must appreciate Professor Dr. Didi Purvana for inviting me for this wonderful conference. It's a learning experience for me also. And Professor Dr. Mutia Delina for very timely coordination and very swift coordination she is doing for the last 2-3 months with me. A little bit about IC-MBA, because my focus is related to IC-MBA, International Conference on Management, Business and Accounting. Because it's a second conference, and definitely there is the whole learning curve for the university and for the business school also. So me being the Dean of Business Education and Business School in Pakistan can see a lot more potential. And that potential is related to the topic which you have chosen, sustainability and the green economics. And recently we have also started working on various important elements to be incorporated in the curriculum, which are related to the sustainability. For example, sustainable finance, for example, sustainable marketing and consumer behavior. And similarly in the green, for example, green HRM practices and green supply chain. So I must say, these all are the topics and these are the topics which are essentially required now. And the business community at large and overall university must think about such kind of topics to be taught to the students. And at ICRA University, we are already cognizant of such kind of topics and we are definitely working on them to incorporate in our curricula and offering various courses related to that. One of the example I have mentioned related to the sustainable finance. With this, through this conference, I must extend that we can shake hands for our courses also related to sustainability and related to the green economics. And we can teach jointly certain courses together where your professors and our professors will definitely deliver some good ideas together to our students. And finally, I must say that the arrangements, the planning and the execution of this conference is meticulous. So I congratulate all the participants and a good learning experience from all of you. So thank you so much for all the participants coming from all over the world. Thank you. And thank you, UNJ. Allah Hafiz.
You, Professor Dr. Zaki Rashidi, for the speech delivered.
The next session, let us hear the opening speech that will be delivered by Rektor Universitas Negeri Jakarta. To Professor Dr. Komarudin MSI, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All praise be to Allah, the Almighty, the honorable speakers, the vice rector, deans, and Ladies and gentlemen, and all students, the participants of the conference, welcome to the third International Conference on Humanities, Education and Social Sciences, and the second International Conference on Management, Business and Accounting 2023. We are delighted to organize this conference in collaboration with the Graduate School of Education, University of Hong Kong. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the keynote speakers of the conference, Professor Dr. L.O. Singkai and Associate Professor Dr. Li Kwai Sang from Education University of Hong Kong, Professor Yinghuei Chen from Asia University, Taiwan, Dr. Lily Taylor from Edith Cowan University, Australia, Professor Yuli Rahmawati, Ph.D. from Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Indonesia, Professor Dr. Thomas Köhler from TU Dresden, Germany, Associate Professor Dr. Razana Juhaida Johari from UITM, Malaysia, Profesor Usep Suhud, Ph.D. from Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Zaki Rasidi from Iqra University, Pakistan, Profesor Dr. Vincent Montenero from Czech Technical University, Czech Republic, Bobur Sobirov, Ph.D. from Tashkent State University of Economics, Uzbekistan. Sincere appreciation should also be addressed to Professor Dr. Dedi Purwana Embus, Director of Postgraduate Program, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Indonesia. I would also like to thank speakers and presenters who participate in this event virtually. I believe by collaboration, we can prepare our students to become highly skilled and open-minded human resource to respond to global challenges. I would also like to thank the organizing committee of the conference for the hard work dedicated to this event. For all participants, thank you for the perseverance, particularly in submitting their papers regarding the requirement of international publication. I know it is not easy to follow the step and procedure of the publication. Finally, as a request, I officially open the conference and I wish you the best of luck. Please enjoy the ICHEDS and IC-MBA 2023. I'm sure you will get treasure benefit. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Entering the gate of knowledge through Universitas Negeri Jakarta, you will experience a unique atmosphere where multicultural perspectives meet in academic practices. Located in the heart of the capital city of Indonesia, Universitas Negeri Jakarta concerned with the environmental issues to promote urban and green campus. As one of the best public universities in Indonesia, Universitas Negeri Jakarta offers you with world-class programs enriched by the touch of local wisdom and supported with high technology facilities and disability accesses. Universitas Negeri Jakarta has played an important role in developing education, science, art, technology, and sport since 1964. Universitas Negeri Jakarta serves students of diploma, undergraduate, and postgraduate programs. They are deployed in 8 faculties and 1 postgraduate program. Teaching and learning activities are delivered in joyful atmosphere and meaningful interaction to promote student-centered and autonomous learning. For that purpose, Universitas Negeri Jakarta developed laboratory schools where various educational innovations are tried and tested to get best practices. In the sphere of sports sciences, modern sports stadium has been built, equipped with modern and high-tech sport facilities. To achieve Universitas Negeri Jakarta vision to go global, various international programs has been conducted comprising such as student mobility program, lecturers exchange program, and various international seminars. In line with this, Universitas Negeri Jakarta keeps on developing both international program and infrastructure facilities to achieve Universitas Negeri Jakarta vision to be reputable university in Asia.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Komarudin, MSE, for the opening speech.
For all attendees, we will be having a short breaks of 10 minutes, and the first keynote session will be held at 10 a.m. with the keynote speaker, Professor Yinghuei Chen from Asia University, Taiwan. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are proceeding to our main agenda, the third International Conference on Humanities, Education, and Social Science keynote session. Our first keynote speaker will be Professor Yinghuei Chen from Asia University, Taiwan, and will be moderated by Ms. Suprihatin, SPD Master of Education, EDD, or Ms. Suprihatin, SPD Master Education, EDD. The time is yours.
pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. All the audiences who are online and offline. How are you today? Are you excited to learn from the first speaker today? The first speaker for today is Professor Yinghuei Chen. I'm sorry, Professor Chen, if I am
Correct. Selamat pagi.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Chen. The first talk will be presented by Professor Chen. The topic that will be presented by Professor Chen is literature in the digital age, challenges and opportunities. But I'm sorry I forget to mention myself. My name is Suprihatin, Professor Chen. Maybe my name is too long for you to pronounce, but you may pronounce it as Keho, Professor
Keho.
Chen. Yes. Sorry, Professor Chen. The mic is off just 1 second. Okay. Before we are starting the talk from Professor Chen, please, we are going to see the video of your curriculum vitae. Please play the curriculum vitae of Professor Chen. Okay. Maybe some of you missed the curriculum vitae of Professor Chen. I'm going to highlight here. Professor Chen is his expertise is in literature, especially Victorian literature, post-colonial literature, cultural studies, and English for specific purposes. Now I'm going to read your abstract, Professor Chen, before we are listening to you are to give to us. We are now living in digital age, which given the fact that digital technology has penetrated all walk of human life. With the emergence of new avenues for accessing and sharing information facilitated by digital platform and social media, we witness the growing and evident impact of new technology on the humanities. This digital platform and social media have in one way or another revolutionized the way knowledge is acquired and disseminated. As a result of this profound change and disruption, we all now experience a new sense of alienation and the uncanny. To cope with and live through this new human condition, educators must develop strategies in their pedagogy to accommodate change, ensuring that their teaching and research help equip students with the essential skills to navigate a world of uncertainty and continual transition. Okay? I look only through now to make it more interesting. Now it is your time, Professor Chen, to present your topic on literature in the digital age, challenges and opportunities. The time is yours, Professor Chen, for 40 minutes from now.
Okay,
very
thank you very much, Ibu Pascasarjana.
Thank you.
Hope I pronounce your name correct. Okay. Thank you very much for your very kind introduction and for the committee to invite me once again as one of the speakers for today's conference. I think it's great for UNJ to continue this tradition. Okay, and I hope this conference a big success. Okay, now let's begin with my topic for today. I'm going to address literature in the digital age, challenges and opportunities, or you can just replace literature with the humanities. I can talk about the humanities, but because my specialty lies in English literature, so I want to say more about literature itself. Okay. Can you release so that I can share? Okay, okay. Okay, so I think for my presentation, I think I'm going to cover 7 parts. The first part is introduction, talking about 2 contexts for challenges and opportunity in education. There is globalization and new technology. These are 2 contexts for education. And then I'm going to talk about a brief history of literature and technology and how digital technology today has impacted the production, distribution, and consumption of literature, and then the potential for digital technology, okay, especially to democratize access to literature, and then the potential for digital technology to create new forms of literature, and then the challenges of digital technology, and then my conclusion will be lessons for not just students, also for teachers. Okay, so I start with globalization, and I just want to mention this professor, Jeffrey Sachs. He just published a very recent and thought-provoking book called The Ages of Globalization. And in his book, he divides globalization into 7 ages, starting from 70,000 years ago when human beings began to migrate to roam on the earth, and down to the present age, the 21st age, what he called the digital age. So I think we are all living in the digital age, and that is the focus of my topic, literature in the digital age. And another important, writer in terms of globalization is Thomas Friedman. He published a book in the year 2005, The World is Flat. In this book, he talks about 3 ages of globalization, starting from the year 1492, when Christopher Columbus set sail from Spain to discover the new continent. Okay, so he starts with the ocean age, that's called globalization 1.0. And then the industrial age, that's called globalization 2.0. And then we are now living in what is called the globalization 3.0 from the year 2000 to present. But I believe because the book was written well before the COVID-19, so if Thomas Friedman decided to rewrite the book, he might include globalization 4.0. That's my expectation. So what does globalization mean? Because I want to put our education opportunity and challenge within this context, the context and setting for the 21st century. So as students, as teachers, we should be all aware we are living in the age of globalization. So what should we do? I think globalization in essence means mobility, referring to the travel of goods, service, capital, technology, and even ideas across borders. So in this sense, globalization had a profound and far-reaching impact on a wide range of human life. And I think it has evolved hand in hand with technology over time, continuously and progressively transforming human world into separate and distinct ages throughout history. And according to Jeffrey Sachs, each age of globalization is created through the convergences of three key forces. That is geography, technology, and institution. And that is the reason why new technology is another key focus. Okay. And after this, we will shift to another context for new technology. I believe you are all now familiar with generative AI, ChatGPT. If as a student or if as a teacher, you have not heard about ChatGPT or you have not used ChatGPT, I believe you will be put in a very, how to put it, embarrassing and even, dangerous situation, because very soon you will find that your job will be replaced. Actually, ChatGPT turned out to be very, very powerful today in terms of, service, in terms of education, even in terms of transportation, in terms of manufacturing. ChatGPT is a very powerful, tool. So I would like to get started with ChatGPT. Actually, we just, this week is our last week for the final exam. I just used ChatGPT for my final exam in my literature class. Okay, you might wonder, how can I use ChatGPT for my final exam? Later on, I'm going to explain a little bit. So I introduced ChatGPT just to make you aware of the impact of new technology on many factors. Among them, education is one crucial factor. So we are talking about opportunities. We are talking about challenges. ChatGPT is a challenge, but at the same time, it is a powerful opportunity. And as I just said, I just used ChatGPT for the final this week and even for the midterm a few weeks ago. Okay, ChatGPT turned out to be very useful, language model. And so ChatGPT, how to cope with ChatGPT? I think these will be the three stages. First, try to use it. If you haven't used it, I hope after my speech, you can, register with an account and begin to explore to use it. But of course, ChatGPT at this early stage, it has its limitations. So when you ask question to ChatGPT, you get different kind of answers, but you need to critically evaluate the answers. Okay, critical thinking is important. ChatGPT provide a lot of information, but you also have to verify information very independently. And of course, ChatGPT is a talk machine or talking machine, a conversation machine. So when you ask question, you are engaged in a conversation. So you do engage in a conversation with ChatGPT. And of course, you have to keep ethical consideration in mind. Later, we are going to talk about ChatGPT and ethics. And then you just do experiment and learn, and then set realistic expectation. For those who have who have used ChatGPT, I think you might know what I mean here by critical evaluate, etc. So just use it. After you use it, you need to improve it. Okay. Each time you use ChatGPT, you are doing some improvement for ChatGPT. And I think, if you are familiar with ChatGPT, you come to realize this machine, okay, provides three types of reasoning: inductive, deductive, and abductive. Okay, they are the very powerful, reasoning ability. And the final stage is for us to embrace the GPT. Okay, I'm a good user, I'm still at the first stage. I'm just using it. But eventually we have to consider the ethic issue, also computational consciousness issue. Many scholars complain about ChatGPT because it still needs, the so-called the input of consciousness. So this could be some important factor for us to consider. Okay, and I think today when we talk about new technology, we have several in mind: artificial intelligence, VR, AR, virtual reality, 5G, Internet of Things, cloud computing, content computing, blockchain, for example. And I think all as a teacher, as a student, we need to be aware of all this new development. Okay, so what does it mean by living in the age of artificial intelligence, 5G, bioengineering, ChatGPT? I think a lot of people will say we are living in the new normal. Okay, so don't get me wrong, the new normal not just refer to the new normal created by the pandemic, is the new normal created by new technologies. Actually, the new normal in this sense, in the sense of the new technology, was used well before, the outbreak of the pandemic. So we are living in the age of so-called profound and constant change. Change becomes the only, constant. And also we feel a sense of strangeness and alienation. Okay, and we come to realize our life is full of discontinuity and disruption, also uncertainty and unpredictability. So we are living in a state of flux. Flux is from Greeks, means a change. Okay, this is the second context. So I just want to let you know we have two contexts for education. One is globalization, one is new technology. So for education to stay relevant, because we feel we are alienated, we are like an alien, but we need to maintain to stay relevant. Okay, we need to develop the ability to constantly learn and to reinvent ourselves. In other words, the key phrase is to learn how to learn, to develop a lifelong learning habit. Okay, so our strangeness becomes the new normal. All our past experience turn out to be less reliable. Okay, so how to do this? That is the context or the setting for opportunities and for challenges. So I just quote another important scholar, Harari, a historian. He has a chapter in the book 21 Lessons for 21st Century, a chapter on education. And in this book, he emphasized the ability to make sense of information, to tell the difference between what is important and what is unimportant, because we are bombarded, we are flooded with too much information every day. So we need to be able to combine different and many pieces of information into a broad picture of the world. I think this is important. And this is what Steve Jobs, in his Stanford University commencement address, talks about connecting dots or connecting the dots. And I think that's important. One dot and the other dot, how can they be connected? That's the ability we need to develop in our student. Okay, so this is, I talk about the new technology. So this new technology is the context, okay, and setting for the 21st century. So for my introductory part, I just offer two contexts for us to think about challenges and opportunities in terms of education. One is globalization, one is new technology. In other words, in your teaching, in your research, you need to have these two contexts in mind. Of course, there are some other contexts, but to me, these are the two most major, most important contexts in terms of opportunities and challenges. Okay, so even for Professor Davidson, she began to talk about the new education. Okay, and the purpose of the new education is to empower our students, okay, to become leaders of innovation, to be able to adapt to a changing world, not just to adapt to a changing world, also to be able to change the world. That's the goal of the new education. Okay, so by saying this, then I move to the first part of my talk, I'm going to offer a brief history of literature, or you can just replace with the humanities and technology. Okay. Actually, if you are familiar with the development, you come to realize literature and technology actually they've evolved, they've grown together hand in hand over time. Especially in the beginning of human history, we had the so-called writing system, okay, different writing system. And after the writing system, in the 15th century, we started with the printing press. And the printing press is a big progress in human history. And after this, we have the recent digital technology. All this have, far-reaching impact on our daily life. So how this new technological development has impacted literature, especially the way literature is produced, is consumed and interpreted. Okay, you take literature more or less like a commodity, like a product, how the product is produced, how the product is consumed, how the product is interpreted. I think as a teacher of literature, as a professor of literature, you need to be aware how the teaching of literature, how the reading of literature, how the interpretation of literature, how the publication of literature has been affected, okay, by the new technologies. Okay, and I just use one example. For example, the printing press, invented in the 15th century, had a huge impact on the spread of literacy. We are now all literate. We can read, we can write, all because of the printing press. Okay, and also of the printing press, we have the appearance, the emergence of the novel as a literary form in the 17th century. Okay, as a scholar of English literature, actually, I major in the English novel, so I can trace back the history of the English novel from the very beginning when the printing press was invented. And also in recent years, with the rise of digital technology, including the impact of the internet, the impact of social media, and the mobile devices. When we have all these new technologies, then how these new technology influence or impact on the way literature is produced, consumed, and shared. So the impact of digital technology on different aspects of literature and literary culture. I think this is something for all teachers of literature to consider, okay? And so I think, because we are talking about literature and new technology, so I want to say a few words about what is literature. And I was asked to deliver a few topics. I always, talk about literature and innovation. I talk about literature and leadership, and literature and decision making, and literature and entrepreneurship. And I also realized in the United States, in some other European countries, they've included literature in their IC-MBA program. This is for business, for economics. How come this professor in business, in management, in economics, want to include literature in the program? Even in the discussion of ChatGPT, they begin to use literature for discussion. That's very unusual. How come? So I think, one essential question is, what is literature? I think if you want to use one keyword to talk about literature, literature is possibility. This one keyword to talk about literature. I always ask my students, can you use one keyword to describe literature? Literature is possibility, or you can say literature is relations. In Chinese called 关系. Guan Xi, if you are a business person, Guan Xi is very important. I have Guan Xi with your rector, so I'm invited as a speaker. I have no Guan Xi is your rector, I might not be invited. This I'm just joking, okay? Just give you the importance of Guan Xi in business. So literature is possibility, literature is relations. Of course, literature has a lot to do with imagination, creation. So literature has a lot to do with the so-called innovation, okay, innovation. So you can say a lot of things about literature, but I would say these are the very, very key point about literature. And I just want to bring up this tiny little classic, The Little Prince. If you haven't read The Little Prince, I would strongly advise you to read The Little Prince. It's originally written in French, but it has very good English translation. Just a tiny book, okay, and very inspiring. In this book, I think there are two famous observations. All grown-ups were once children, but only few of them remember it. Now, as grown-up, we all forgot we used to be children. So imagination, curiosity should be part of our life. But when we grow up, we just forget, okay? And then it is only with the heart that one can see rightly what is essential, is invisible to the eye, invisible, okay? So for you to see something that is hidden, something that is not open, okay? And I just use a very tiny anecdote in the story for you to know what the book is about. You remember the author is also a pilot, and his airplane was, because of the, there's something wrong with the engine. So he was forced to land in Sahara Desert, and he was busy fixing the engine. While he was fixing the engine, then the little prince descended from somewhere, okay, and asked the author, please draw me a ship. Of course, the author was quite frustrated and was a little bit unhappy because he was busy fixing the engine. Then the author drew the little prince this picture. The little prince said, no, this one is already quite sick. Make another. Then he drew this one. Then the little prince said, no, this is the home. This is not the ship because it is homes. This is the rain, not the ship, okay? And then the third one, too old for the little prince, okay? Finally, out of anger and frustration, the author drew this picture and gave it to the little prince. This is just a crate. The ship you want is inside. To the surprise of the author, the little prince smiled and respond approvingly, saying that's what he wants. If you understand this anecdote, you might be able to understand what is meant by literature, okay? Your imagination, okay? Just imagine what's inside the crate, inside the box, okay? So after I have talked about literature, now I need to address digital technology because you're talking about literature and digital technology. I think today when we talk about digital technology, it encompasses a wide range of technologies like computers, like smartphones, like tablets, digital cameras, digital televisions, and various software applications, okay? So it's everywhere in our daily life, and it has profoundly impacted many areas of human life. It has revolutionized the way we access information, we connect with others, we conduct business, and we perform everyday tasks, okay? And I just list some key characteristics of digital technology. Number one is digitalization. Everything needs to be digitized, okay? Then it's connectivity, okay? Each is connected. Then automation, then interactivity, scalability, and convergence. These, I think, are the 6 key characteristics of digital technology. And because of these characteristics, they will have, a strong impact on literature, of course, on many things, but because I just focused on literature. So from the perspective of literature, when digital technology becomes a reality, becomes a new technology, then the way literature is produced, is consumed, and interpreted will all be changed. Okay, so I talk about how new technology, impact the production, distribution, and consumption of literature. I think these are the three keywords. As a teacher of literature, you need to be aware how literature is produced, okay, and how the literature is distributed and how literature consumed, okay. So it has impact the production of literature, including writing, including editing, including publishing and distribution. And the consumption of literature includes how literature is read, reading, reviewing, interpreted, and sharing. And also, we notice the rise of e-books and audiobooks. So today, many children just read e-books, just read audiobooks, okay? And also, these new products have changed the way people read and listen to literature. Also, literary criticism has been much influenced by the digital technology. Especially, we have online literary journals, okay, we have book blogs. So even for a scholar to submit a paper, we can just submit online, okay? And because it's online, you can reach wide, range of readers. And also, we have literary communities, we have book clubs, and all are impacted by digital technology. Finally, the role of social media in the promotion and dissemination of literature is also impacted, including the use of platforms like Twitter and Instagram. So as a professor or teacher of literature, we need to be aware, the impact of digital technology on literature in these many aspects. Okay, and of course, in this part, I would like to talk about the potential. And the potential is huge, or the opportunity is huge, because the very important potential is democratize access to literature. And I think this is important. We are living in a democratic society. We are living in an open society. So when literature is digitalized, then it can reach, out to more audience, to more readership. Okay. Also, because of this, it promotes diversity and inclusion in literature. In the past, if you come from the so-called underprivileged, community, your voice cannot be heard by the majority or by the mainstream audience. But because of digital technology, even a small voice, a tiny perspective could be, found, could be heard, okay? And then we have new forms of literature. I think this is important, especially for our students. They don't have to create traditional form of literature. So we have like interactive fiction, hypertext storytelling. Even at my university, our teacher begin to teach digital storytelling. Digital storytelling. In the past, it's not possible. So how to do digital storytelling? I think if you are a teacher of early childhood education or even education, you need to teach your students how to do digital storytelling. Okay, even in terms of literary criticism, we have new modes like social media, like digital archives, and literature engagement. How to engage the reader? We have gamification. Okay, we have transmedia storytelling, and then new form of literary collaboration. We have writing community online. We have crowdsourced literary project. In other words, we can invite a huge crowd to do the creation of literature, okay? And we also have new form of literary expression, like the use of virtual reality, etc. So all these are the potential, the possibility, the opportunity of, literature in the digital age, okay? Some more, potential is like the ebooks, the audiobooks, the online library archives, the digital publishing, okay? And then social media and online communications. Another, is the increased accessibility, self-publishing. Even we can do the publishing ourselves, especially authors from underrepresented community. I just mentioned this, okay? And then we have online community, we have representation in mainstream media, we have translation. Even this potential is for translation. Easier to translate literature into different languages because of the development of digital technology. If you are familiar with ChatGPT, now you don't need any translation. You just, upload the passage and ask the ChatGPT to do the translation into Mandarin Chinese, into Bahasa Indonesia, into French. So this is the potential, okay? And I think, some other potential is the interactive and immersive storytelling and narratives. Also transmedia storytelling. I think this is quite interesting, okay? And then the collaborative writing projects where multiple authors, they can contribute to a single author. In other words, a literary piece of work can be created by a huge crowd. Okay, they work together. This is all because of the potential of the digital technology. And then, of course, we have, in terms of literary criticism, we have data-driven criticism, use big data for literary criticism. We have multimedia literary criticism. We have social reading and book communities. We have digital publishing and self-publishing. We have creation of comprehensive digital archives. All these are related to literary criticism and literary collaboration. Okay, and this is for literary expression. We have the so-called interactivity. We have the so-called act of reading. We have the so-called integration of multimedia elements. We have the the reader need to change their attitude from passive consumer. This is the traditional reader to active participants.
Sorry,
Okay,
Professor Chen, 5
yes.
minutes.
Yes, sure. I will get it
Okay.
finished quickly. Okay. So, and then of course the impact, okay, in terms of copyright, in terms of literary canon, in terms of literary scholarship, in terms of pedagogy, etc. Okay, and all this impact. Okay, so I think because of the impact of new technology, I'm going to make my conclusion. Okay, as a teacher, as a student, what should we learn from literature in the digital age? Several important abilities. Connecting dots, okay? I just mentioned the ability to combine many bits of information. We need to change our way of thinking from vertical to horizontal, okay? From linear to horizontal. And we need to be able to think out of box. Remember the story from the Little Prince. It has much to do with innovation through literature, because we can put ourselves in the shoes of others, because we are exploring all possibilities. So we can develop empathy, and empathy is an important quality for leadership. We have the possibility, literature as possibility, so leader can make a lot of good decision, make a lot of good choices. And then resilience is the ability to reinvent and revive oneself. Okay, so what are the lessons for students and teachers? Number one is to strengthen liberal arts. I think even we are living in the digital age, liberal arts is still very important, especially, if you read literature arts, you can change your way of thinking from vertical thinking to horizontal thinking. I think this is important because this kind of thinking mode can be cultivated through liberal art. I just quote this book, In Defense of a Liberal Education by Ferraris Zakaria. And then I think these are all the important ability I just mentioned. And then I think the 4 C's, critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity are what is emphasized today for education. And I just use 3 prominent individuals to conclude my speech. One is Charles Handy, one is Jack Ma, one is Tony Du. Charles Handy, an Irish writer, specialized in language, in history, in classics, but he's one of the top 50, thinkers of, management of business. Okay. Ma Yun, I believe you all know Ma Yun, the founder of the Alibaba Group, but he majored in English literature. Okay. The executive chairman of Alibaba Group. And this lady come from my country, Bonitu, Giant. Giant is the world's #1, bicycle, manufacturer. But don't forget her education, BA in English language and literature. So I offer these 3 prominent individuals to inspire our student teachers. Even though you major in humanities, you major in literature, you still can become the very important, significant, executives or CEOs of different industries. Okay. Finally, I have Paul Kalanithi as the concluding piece. I just finished reading the book When Breath Becomes Air, a very, very touching story. Unfortunately, he died at his early age because of cancer. But don't forget, when this book, When Breath Become Air, now is his memoir and has remained non-fiction bestseller list for some weeks. But he is a neuroscientist. Okay, he is a neuroscientist, but he studied, Bachelor of Arts and Master of Arts in English literature, even Master of Philosophy in history and Philosophy of Science and Medicine. And at first, he decided to work on his Ph.D. in English literature, but for some reason, he decided to study the Yale School of Medicine. So you see the sort of flexibility, because I learned many scholars, many experts, many educators, they emphasize, our education need to be lenient. If you are a bachelor in mathematics, your master needs to be mathematics, your PhD needs to mathematics. This kind of thinking is called vertical, and this vertical type of thinking should be removed. Today, we are living in the digital age, so we need to be able to develop the so-called cross-disciplinary, okay? And these are some of my major references. So thank you very much for your listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Chen.
Okay.
Your presentation is very interesting to me. Can I ask you a question? It's now the question answer time now. This is very interesting for GPT. How do you use the GPT on your classes?
Okay. You should pay me by getting this answer. Okay. Actually, ChatGPT provides all kind of answers to your question. If you ask a question to ChatGPT, then ChatGPT can provide you with very, very good answer, probably in 1 or 2 seconds, not in 1 or 2 hours. In 1 or 2 seconds, you ask your student a certain question, and you just key in the question to ChatGPT, you get the answer immediately. But as I said, it has its limitation. So you need to verify the information. You need to criticize evaluate critically the information. So what I do for my student is I give student 2 topics. I just use the concrete example I just used yesterday. Okay, yesterday I have a final exam for a master level literature class for new English literatures. We talk about 2 important concepts. One is called intertextuality, the relationship between one text with another. The other concept is called contextuality. Contextuality. I give students these 2 topics. I said, you ask ChatGPT these 2 important concepts. but you need to use the novel I taught this semester, for example. Of course, you will get a lot of good answer from ChatGPT. And your point is to write down a critical review of the information provided by ChatGPT. So my students get the answer from ChatGPT, but they need to write a critical review of the answer from ChatGPT. In this way, I develop my student critical thinking. This is what I've been doing. Did I answer your question?
Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Chen. I think that is very interesting because if we don't equip students with the critical thinking, maybe they can only use the chat GPT without critically read.
Yeah, I think the point is if you just give students questions, they can just plagiarize.
Yes,
copy
yes,
the answer
yes.
from ChatGPT and give you the answers. Okay.
Yes, yes, yes. Plagiarism is everywhere if we don't equip students with that critical thinking. Okay, the next is there any question from the audience from the Zoom room? Okay, I'm going to.
Yes,
any
someone is
question?
raising the hand.
Okay, sorry. Please, Ibu Endang Puji Astuti. Please unmute. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, sir, good afternoon, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Endang Puji Astuti. I am from Universitas Muhammadiyah Palembang. I think it is very interesting, your explanation. My question is, what technique you use to teach your students successfully? Thank you, sir.
So you are asking what kind of technique I teach my
Yes.
student to use ChatGPT?
Yes, sir.
Is that your question?
Yes, sir. That's right.
Okay. I think as a teacher, I read several e-books about artificial intelligence, about how ChatGPT operates. Okay, operates. I think if you're familiar with, ChatGPT is called generative artificial intelligence. Okay, generative artificial intelligence. I think the key point is generative. There's another important tool called BERT, B-E-R-T. Okay, BERT is like ChatGPT, but the difference between ChatGPT and BERT is BERT use the so-called discriminative artificial intelligence. So as a teacher, I learn about how AI is used, is applied, how ChatGPT operates, and then because of some basic information skill of artificial intelligence. So in class, because when you talk about ChatGPT for our student, is mostly for application, not for the technical part. So what I need to do is in my first class, I ask all the students, whether you have heard about ChatGPT or not, you all need to register an account with ChatGPT. So in the very beginning, my student register with ChatGPT. They have an account, and during the class, okay, I keep giving my student some questions for them to ask the question to ChatGPT, and I keep telling them, if you ask more specific, more detailed question, you get better answer. If you ask just a very general question, then you will get a less, good answer. That's what I've been doing in my class. I hope I answer your question in this manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Chen. Is there anyone want to ask question to Professor Chen? Okay, if there is no one, I'm going to ask you a question, Professor Chen. When you are and your student using the chat GPT or other technology in your class, what kind of challenges that they found or you found in your classes, Professor Chen?
Okay, I think as a teacher, the challenge come from the new technology is perhaps we are not we are quite ignorant about how new technology is used. Okay, for example, in terms of ChatGPT, we need to know the so-called natural language processing. We call NLP, right? And I just talked about the generative, language model. We need to have some ideas, some knowledge. So I sit with many, training sessions on ChatGPT, on artificial intelligence. In other words, I keep on learning, okay, learning about artificial intelligence, learning about so to the for a teacher, the challenge comes from our ignorance of new technology. So we need to keep learning about new technology, to use new technology, to improve new technology, and to embrace new technology. But on the side of the student, I think they lack critical thinking. That's the challenge because they cannot do critical thinking. So they just receive all the information, all the convenience provided by the machine without being able to tell what is right, what is wrong, what is significant, what is not important. Okay, there will be the challenges.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Chen. We are at the end of our time now. I'm thanking you for your presentation, and it is for me. I think it is also the ignorance that we are having for myself. Really learning new technology, that is the most challenging for myself. I think I'm going to read the conclusion for our discussion today. Now the literature is giving us more relation possibilities, and then imagination and creation opportunities, and also fun. The most important thing that we have also fun in the learning or reading the literature. Then the digital technology is impacted us in the production, distribution, and consumption of literature. But it also giving have lots of potential that we can use as tools for producing fiction, for some advertise access to promote that diversity and inclusion is very for technology. We are not going in it. Then also if technology for our classes, we have to equip the student with skill. One of it thinking skills, so they are not only consume directly without thinking what is inside the information. I think that is all for this time, Professor Chen. Thank you very much for your presentation, and I hope the success in your next journey in your class and also with the chat GPT and everything digital. Thank you
Yeah,
very
thank
much,
you. Thank you
everyone.
for the moderation. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank
Yes.
you very much, Professor Chen. Thank you very much. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Thank you, Professor Yinghuei Chen and Ms. Suprihatin, SPD, Master of Education, EDD.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to do the second keynote session. That will be this keynote speaker will be Professor Dr. Lo Xingkai and Associate Professor Dr. Lee Kwai Sang from Education University of Hong Kong, and will be moderated by Mrs. Lara Fridani, MPSE, Ph.D. So for Miss Lara Fridani, MPSE, Ph.D., the time is yours.
Thank you very much, MC. I would like to welcome again to the second session of our conference. My name is Lara Fridani, and I'm a lecturer at Faculty of Education, Early Childhood Education Department, Universitas Negeri Jakarta. This morning, I will be serving as moderator and we listen to our distinguished keynote speakers. As mentioned by MC, that is Professor Dr. Lo Xingkai and Associate Professor Dr. Lee Kwai Sang from Education University of Hong Kong. Before we listen to the presentation by our honored keynote speakers, I will read their CV briefly. Because we only have a very tight time, 1 hour for 2 keynote speakers. Actually, they have a very great achievement that we can see from the CV. I read it's about more than 15 pages. So it is not possible at this time to read all the detail. Professor, I will try whether I can share screen. Oh, okay, thank you very much. So Mr. Mukhlis will help me to share screen. Mr. Mukhlis Ahmad. For Professor Dr. Lo Xingkai CV first. Okay, very brief. So we can see, ladies and gentlemen, that a very short brief, the CV of Professor Lee Xingkai, and we can see that the background education, yeah, with his great achievement. And then I would like again the help of Mr. Mukhlis to present the CV of Associate Professor Lee Kwai Sang. Hello. Okay, while waiting for the presentation, I will read from the CV about Dr. Lee Kwai Sang. The qualification is in Chinese language and literature. his Bachelor of Degree in Chinese Language and Literature, and his Master and his PhD is also in Chinese Language and Literature. And the area of expertise is Literature and Cultural Study, Digital Humanities e-learning, General Education curriculum. And he has a very good position. In 2006, become an associate professor of Department of Literature and Cultural Studies, and then director of Doctor of Education program, become a director of education and associate dean. And also he has lots of administrative experience. In the latest experience in administrative field is as a director, Doctor of Philosophy program in graduate school. And then the academic experience is also very great. In the latest is in 2005 up to 2006, become a senior lecturer, Department of Literature and Cultural Studies. And he also has awards, major awards in projects and professional recognition. There are lots, as I mentioned before, and then also get research and scholarship as a single author of academic monograph, and he also have referred journal articles, which is very long, so you can just check. Click the name of Dr. Lee Kwang-si to see his curriculum vitae in detail. Next, so the first session, Professor Sing Kai Lo, because we only have about 1 hour for 2 of you. Very sorry about that. So probably each of you has about 20 to 25 minutes to present. And your presentation is about psychosocial well-being among undergraduate students in Hong Kong and Kazakhstan. Correct, Professor? So yeah. Okay. Please share with us your perspective on this topic. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am very pleased to have this opportunity to share my research with all the participants. But before I start, I would like to say a few words about where I am now. I just landed in Australia. In fact, the flight was delayed, so I just arrived. So I think what I will do is I will cut my speech short and let Dr. Lee Kwai-sung to do most of the lectures in this particular session. And I will have to leave early. As I said, because the flight was delayed, I am very, very sorry about this, but I still would like to go through this particular topic with participants, because I very much like to use this particular topic to discuss the importance of international collaboration. As you can see, the topic is psychosocial well-being among undergraduate students in Hong Kong and Kazakhstan. And this research was conducted because when the Education University of Hong Kong, visited our partner universities in Kazakhstan, they express some social problems in their country, especially among their undergraduate students and among their high school students. This particular problem, I will discuss what the problem is later, is not particularly serious in Hong Kong, but because it is important to compare to different countries, to different places, as one form of international collaboration, I had no problem engaging in this study together with our counterparts in Kazakhstan. And if any of you might be interested in conducting research together with the Education University of Hong Kong, I will be very pleased to discuss with you after this conference. Obviously not today, but any time that you think with us, I will be very pleased to discuss with you. The purpose and objective of this particular study was because our counterparts in Kazakhstan expressed that high school students, the rate of suicide is quite high. And would that affect the well-being of these students when they enter universities? And that's why we conducted this study at the university level. This is a very important way for conducting research with international partners, because sometimes if you conduct a research that you have to find a problem that is common between your country and your partner universities in another country, this may not be exactly what we're looking for. Sometimes we're trying to see, okay, in our country we don't have this problem, or in our country we have this problem, but in our partner university in another country they have or they don't have that particular problem, which is not the same as us. Should I still do this? Yes is yes, because even if the two countries do not necessarily have the same problem, it does not mean that by conducting research we find something new. And I'll show you something new in this talk arising from this research. In fact, in this study, we collected data on both undergraduate and postgraduate students, but the presentation today, I will only discuss the results we found comparing undergraduate students. And in Hong Kong, we had 284 in the sample, and in Kazakhstan, 281. There are primarily 3 measuring instruments that we use in this study, namely the interpersonal relations, stretch management, and spiritual growth. In terms of data analysis, we analyzed the data on the Hong Kong sample alone, on the Kazakhstan sample alone, and also on the combined sample. Here is a table showing the descriptive statistics for interpersonal relations on the combined data set, and also on Hong Kong and on Kazakhstan. As you can see, the mean for the Hong Kong sample is 2.66, and that for the Kazakh sample is 2.57, and they are not that different, both statistically and in terms of the absolute number of the measurement. Now, what about stretch management? 2.38 for the Hong Kong sample as the mean, and the mean for the Kazakh sample was 2.28. Again, these two numbers are not significantly different, both statistically and practically. And when we look at spiritual growth, the Hong Kong sample 2.56, the Kazakh sample 2.72. Now it is statistically not significant, but they look slightly different, 2.5, 2.72. Whether this is from the practical point of view, whether this is different or not, it will be subject to interpretation. because how large is a difference that is considered practically significant? We need some discussion. Okay, so the descriptive statistics for psychosocial well-being all here presented in a one big table. And I have also conducted that for the Hong Kong sample alone, comparing males and females, and also for the CASAT respondent alone, comparing males and females, etc. So I would very much like to state the conclusion.
Apa ya, evidence track record penelitian dia itu sudah itu tentang wisata, tourism, ekoturism. Tapi dia antropologi. Sedangkan nanti kan akan kuliah di ilmu manajemen. Bagaimana menurut Prof ini? Apa ya, mahasiswa nanti bisa lulus tepat waktu 4 tahun dan tadi dengan artikel-artikel.
Hi.
Yes, it's clear.
It's clear. Okay, I'll continue. Now, as I said before, because the flight was delayed and I would like to cut my speech short, so I have not gone into many of the technical details. I would like to just state the conclusion now. And in this particular sample, I found that Hong Kong undergraduate students have better interpersonal relations and stress management. And Kazakhstan undergraduate students have higher levels of spiritual growth. But these, when I say higher, they are or better, they are marginal, minimal.
Yeah, but
it's not very clear. And I would like to stress the fact that at the beginning of the talk, I said that the study was initiated because our partner university in Kazakhstan expressed that there is a social problem in their country and that they have a high suicide rate among their high school students. Hong Kong does not have this problem. Yet, when we look at all these statistics, all these means and the 3 different measures as I reported to you, we did not see, even though there are a little bit of difference, they are not really significantly different. When I say higher, it's not that high, but it's slightly higher only. So somehow, when the suicide rate is high in Kazakhstan, but when they move up to university, we don't see that that's something that they need to worry about when they are looking at their undergraduate students. And so it is sometimes when we look at the problem of one country and compare with another country, it is not necessarily easy for us to find out why one country has some sort of problem and the other country does not. And so this is a good example showing us that just by collecting quantitative data without qualitative data to look into a lot of the fine details, it may not be easy for us to dig out what the problem is or what the problems are. And again, even though I have conducted this study, I still think that it is more important for us to engage in international collaborations rather than saying that, look, we must find some difference, we must find something that's not the same between 2 countries. In fact, I think I use this particular study in this conference to show how keen I am in trying to establish international collaborations. I don't necessarily need to find something which is statistically significant or very, very different, so that I use that to show that my research is important. Rather, that research is important in a sense of international collaboration, not necessarily in terms of finding some significant difference or differences between two countries. All right. So I think my talk is quite unique in a sense that many studies, many reports that I've seen, they try to highlight that there are significant differences. And I have always strongly indicated that even if there is no significant difference, it's still worth reporting for different reasons. And so I would like to emphasize that when I presented the tables to you, I said that there is no difference. The means are that the means look quite similar, etc., etc. But at the end, I still think that it is important for me to say one particular place is slightly higher than another, not because I want to say that they are different. It's because I want to say that no difference, no significant difference, no big difference is still worth reporting and still worth working with international partners. Okay, I would like to stop sharing. I would like to stop here. I'd agree to give this keynote speech, not because I want to show sorry, may I take background some video? Because I want to show that working with your collaborators in another country by itself is very important. We don't necessarily need to find something significantly different before you think that is an important collaboration. So I would like to once again thank you for listening to me, and I thank the host to give the chance to Education University of Hong Kong, the Graduate School, to be a co-host in this very, very important event, important in a sense of establishing international connection and hopefully paving the path, paving the way for international collaborations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Lo Sing Kai. It's always a great pleasure, a very interesting topic when we talk about psychosocial. So I'd like to give, I write it in your abstract that about your research that giving a comparative insight into psychosocial well-being of Hong Kong and Kazakhstan undergraduate students. Hopefully you can extend your research with different countries, including Indonesian. So in your research, you focus on the role of ethnicity and gender. It is really interesting. And you got some result. One of them may be about the influence of gender on student psychological well-being, varies in different contexts. And also the implication to suggest the school administration and students from different countries may benefit from cross-cultural exchange and co-promoting all dimensions of psychosocial well-being. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And welcome to Melbourne, in Australia. You are in Australia.
I'm actually in Sydney. Yeah.
Oh, in Sydney. Okay, I'm in Melbourne at the moment, Professor. I hope to see you around.
Yes.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I hope we can meet again. Collaboration. The next presentation by Associate Professor Dr. Lee Kwai Sang, who will present the topic about the myth and core of humanities education in the age of generative AI. So this will be very interesting topic as well. So Associate Professor Lee Kwai Sang, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Now may I share the PPT first? So can you see the PPT now?
Yes, clear.
Okay, good. So good day, everyone. So I'd like to begin by thanking the organizers for inviting me to speak today at this very meaningful event. As this meeting is about humanities, education, and social science. As Professor Low just shared his research investigating the psychosocial well-being in different places, I will give a talk on a more general question about the humanities and humanities education. So in my talk, okay. So the generative AI, or AIGC, we say AI generated content, has already begun to revolutionize various industries, okay, and its impact on society is only set to grow. So it is an honor to be here to discuss the role and relevance of humanities education in this new age. While AI offers many benefits, it also poses significant challenges. Here, I'd like to start our deliberation by mentioning just two main issues. So the first is job displacement. So we have heard many organizations and authorities discussing this issue from time to time. For instance, the World Economic Forum recently released a report indicating that a significant portion of jobs will be affected in the next 5 years. And the International Monetary Fund's first Deputy Managing Director has warned of a substantial disruptions in labor markets stemming from generative AI and call on policymakers to govern the technology. So the other challenge is the risk of misinformation. Chatbots may provide false or misleading information as they are limited by the training data and programming. In addition, malicious actors may create fake photos, videos, and news, deliberately spread misinformation in order to compete scams or influence public opinion. Job displacement hasn't happened, I think, yet. Maybe in the next 5 years, it will be more serious. But misinformation is already circulating and will become increasingly problematic. Maybe I can illustrate another way. According to some kindergarten teacher, some young children were anxious as their school allowed them to remove their mask during this post-COVID period. These children have been wearing masks since the start of their schooling, and the teacher, on the other hand, need to comfort them by telling them, once upon a time, children did not wear masks to school. Similarly, in the future, especially for the generation growing up after the advent of AI, if they are constantly surrounded by various AIs and received information from them, how can they distinguish between real and false information? In the time ahead, I will delve into how the humanities provide a distinctive lens through which to view and tackle these challenges. So what is humanities, or what is humanity education? The key aspect of humanity education is the exploration of human experience. This includes a range of disciplines which offer insights into the different ways in which humans have experienced the world and expressed themselves over time. Say, the study of literature, for example, allows us to explore the complexity of human emotions and thoughts, while arts and music allow us to explore the nature of the human senses and the diverse ways in which we can express ourselves. Similarly, the study of history helps us understand how human societies have evolved. And through the study of philosophy, we can analyze and evaluate different ideas and arguments. So in gist, the essence of humanities education lies in the understanding of what means to be human, what humans are. So what is the value of humanities education in this AI age? To understand it, let us do an experiment by seeking AI's advice, which may well be the way of living or working in the future. I asked GPT-4, the ChatGPT-4, one of the most advanced language models available today, to identify the three most essential qualities that differentiate humans from generative AI. And here is its reply. The first quality is creativity and imagination. Human creativity goes beyond just data processing and draws on subjective experiences, emotions, and intuition. The second quality is emotional intelligence. Human beings have a wide range of emotions and are capable of emphasizing with others, understanding their feelings, and respond appropriately. The third quality is consciousness or self-awareness. Human beings have a level of consciousness and self-awareness that allow us to have subjective experiences and perceive the way around us in a unique way, okay? So let's stop here for a while. Do you agree with these points? If you think these responses are genuinely acceptable, or if at least two of them or one of them are reasonable, please use the Zoom hand raising feature to indicate this or say yes in the chat room. And you don't need to elaborate and just say you agree or not. Let me see. Oh, no,
Ya,
no.
silakan Bapak Ibu.
Okay. So you, or maybe you can have your own idea and in your mind, but you need not tell me yet. So I just want to say those who say yes or tend to say yes must be careful, because you are liable to be deceived by AI and may need to have more, we say, the humanities education. Okay, so these the answers given by the AI, but are they all correct? Now this is the problem I want to touch on today. Okay, so let's look at the creativity. I asked the chatbot to write a poem in Chinese, ancient Chinese poem. Okay, classical Chinese. Here is the poem. As a classical literature teacher, I found this poem, by and large, acceptable, although it did not quite fit the genre, actually. Then I asked the difference between creative and generative, and the chatbot replies that a creative work is a product generated from an original human ideas and involves the input of human endeavor. So interestingly, when I further asked the chatbot if it could distinguish between human writings and its own writings, it said, yes, sure, it could, but actually it considered that the poem, you can see, actually is human creation rather than AI created by the ChatGPT. So the problem is, can you tell the difference between creativity and generativity? Okay. Let me give you another example. David Kopp spent 7 years creating a program called EMI, okay, which composes music in the style of J.S. Bach, a very famous composer. We all know that. EMI wrote 5,000 chorales, a type of musical piece, chorales in a day. I repeat, 5,000, okay? At a music festival, the audience did not know it was composed by the machine, by the EMI, rather than Bach, and reacted with anger when the truth was revealed. Another example is Jason Allen used an AI program called, now it's very famous, Midjourney, to create his art piece, which won an emerging digital artist competition at the Colorado State Fair, okay? The win also sparked a backlash from the artist who claimed he cheated. These two examples have in common not just the audience discontent, but the inability of many people to really distinguish between the work of others and that of AI, okay? So it is therefore, seems to me, arguable to say that creativity is uniquely human, okay? Unless you limit the word of creativity or creative to humans exclusively, okay? But this is only a matter of wording, and the distinction between creative and generative becomes meaningless if one cannot discern whether a poem or a musical piece or a work of art is produced by a human or an artificial intelligence. So how about emotion and empathy? AI has no empathy, okay? But a study analysis 195 patients' questions from a social media forum and compared the responses provided by licensed healthcare professionals and a chatbot. The results shows that the chatbot's responses were preferred over the physician's responses and were rated higher in terms of quality. Okay? It also found that the proportion of responses rated as empathetic or very empathetic was significantly higher for the chatbot compared to the physicians. Specifically, the chatbot had a 9.8 times higher development of empathetics or very empathetic responses. Okay? So here we touch on another important issue. Humans can only assess the empathy of others through their actions, such as speech, facial expressions, etc. Judging alone the language, an AI can show empathy similar to that of a human, okay? So the logic is the same, unless you limit the word empathy to humans only. It is unfair to say that AI lacks empathy, or more accurately, cannot engage in empathetic conversation that is similar to humans. So what is left then? Consciousness or self-awareness? Consciousness is a very big concept, okay? And there's no clear consensus on whether and how it could truly be observed in an objective and external sense. The answer depends largely on how you define it and in which aspects are considered essential. It is quite similar to the concept of the soul, okay, spirit, like this. The famous Turing test, okay, evaluate only whether an AI can behave indistinguishably from a human and a conversation. A human interviewer chats with a human and AI and then gets which is which. If the AI consistently fools the interviewer into thinking it is human, it passes the test. It considers only the behavior that's similar to human. It is actually very smart because, as I said, consciousness is not easy to observe. So from music to painting and medical advice, as previously mentioned, AI has fooled many people. In terms of functionality, AI can replace many so-called conscious people, even if they may not have consciousness. So discussing consciousness seems redundant or pedantic. So do you see the problem now? If you tend to believe the answer given by the chatbot, creativity, emotions, and conscious, that means you are actually, you feel you are unique and irreplaceable in this aspect. You may probably already be fooled by the information provided by the ChatGPT, okay? It's just been a few months since generative AI became really popular, but many people have already been fooled, including professional lawyers. he used the fake court citation to the courts. And a group of investors imagine a future where, as these tools become more powerful and appear to provide increasingly accurate information, humans will easily be conditioned to trust them, okay? Just like people now do not doubt the result of calculators. You use a calculator and calculate, and after do the calculation and have the result, you won't doubt it and calculate it again by yourself, okay? So this is actually very dangerous for me. So hearing this, you may think, Dr. Lee, I understand your view, but even if I agree with you, what can we do to keep us from being obsolete? If you think so, you're getting to the core of the humanities because you are thinking about what it means to be human. However, if you think I've just been denying that humans are different from AI, without offering you a way out, you are probably missing the humanities approach I've been using throughout my whole discussion till now, okay? And we need to strengthen your humanities education now, okay? My analysis is, in fact, embodies the essence of philosophical reasoning and some of its mode of operation, we say the modus operandi, okay? For example, I keep reminding you that the information you receive may not be accurate, and that we can easily live in an illusion constructed by language or perception. Actually, this is an old and basic question in epistemology, which is a branch of philosophy, means theory of knowledge. It can trace back to Plato's allegories of K, Descartes' evil demon, and now the maybe more recent, the Putnam's, a Harvard professor, brains in a vat, okay? As well as to a more science fictional approach, such as Matrix or now the Metaverse. Furthermore, I have incorporated techniques from the ordinary language school of philosophy in my previous analysis of words like creativity, empathy, and self-consciousness. With sufficient training, you can also identify numerous distinctive qualities of the humanities, and that will remain significant in the era of AI. But in the limited time now available, I can only selectively say a little more. So in fact, the word philosophy is a combination of two words. Philo means love, Sophia means wisdom. That means love of wisdom. As we have discussing the uniqueness of humans, we are trying to understand ourselves. Since ancient Greece, know thyself became a central theme in philosophy. For example, Socrates believed that self-knowledge was the key to moral and intellectual growth. In information science, there's a popular DIKW framework, which describes the progression of increasing complexity and value as data is processed and transformed into useful knowledge and ultimately wisdom. Rowley revisited this framework by examining its articulation in a number of widely read textbooks and analyzing their statements about the nature of these four categories. While some authors define wisdom as the ability that allows one to apply concepts from one domain to a new situation, others view it as the ability to act critically or practically in any given situation based on ethical judgment related to individuals' belief system. So indeed, many disciplines deal with the application of knowledge in different ways, but ethical judgment in relation to personal belief system is a key feature of the humanities. So today, many individuals are aware of the potential issue with AI. So likewise, many major AI developers have taken the initiative to regulate AI in the hopes that it can develop in a responsible manner. But the question is, what exactly constitutes responsible development? And how can we ensure that the general public also uses AI responsibly? This is not simply a matter for technical experts. The ancient Greek philosopher defined human as zoom, logon, econ, that is living beings or animals with reason. As logon also means language, Zoon logon econ can be interpreted as animal with language as well. So however, as chatbot become capable of writing various types of articles and even computer programs, our ability to reason and communicate through language are no longer the defining characteristic that set us apart from other beings. So, are there any other qualities that can distinguish us from machine? I believe there are still some, among which the most important is that humans are actually accountable features. Zoom, FNA, econ, living being with responsibility. Imagine if a chatbot produces an ethical result, such as plagiarism. So in this case, the teacher will only hold the student accountable, but not the chatbot. Okay? This is quite similar to how the police only arrest the person who uses a knife to harm others, rather than the knife itself. As generative AI increasingly assume various tasks previously done by humans, it will be the responsibility of humans to oversee and take accountability for the actions of the AI. That is why I say human will shift from animal with language or reason to animals with responsibility. When it comes to responsibility, the role of technology is far less significant than of humanities. Science and technology deals with observable phenomena in a value-free and objective manner. For example, inventing a bomb is a neutral act. The ethical implication only arises from when and how we use it. Value is not always empirical, nor it is subjective. In some cases, it is even intangible and difficult to express. It is a realm that the humanities are very familiar with. In this respect, humanity education can help nurture wisdom of applying knowledge with good judgment and discernment to achieve a deeper understanding of the world. So I'm optimistic about the development of humanities education in the age of AI. As one AI pioneer stated, AI will make human lives longer, healthier, and easier, just like the machine have replaced most human labor since the Industrial Revolution. So it is important to recognize that AI and the humanities are not a zero-sum game. In order to master AI, humanistic skills such like, as I just mentioned, critical thinking, moral reasoning are crucial. By cultivating these skills and perspective, we can harness the transformative power of AI in ways that can enhance our humanity rather than diminish it. In regards to the development of a humanity education curriculum and teaching materials to address this change, I regret that time constraints prevent me from providing more detail at this time, okay? So I'd like to conclude my discussion by reminding you that you don't need to be so overly stressed or preoccupied with AI. It's important to take time to disconnect from your device and appreciate the richness and diversity of the world around us. There are countless aspects of life that AI cannot replicate, such as the beauty of art, the tranquility of nature, the warmth of human connections, and the complexity of moral decision-making. So through the experience and study of humanities subjects, we can gain a deeper understanding of ourselves, our societies, and our place in the world. And ultimately, this holistic will of humanity can help us live more meaningful life, both in the age of AI and beyond. So, sorry, okay. Okay, thank you very much. Here's my sharing with you. And I understand the time is quite stringent. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. It is always a great pleasure to listen to about human education, artificial intelligence, and I'm very released with your last statement that we don't have to worry too much about that because I think because this is quite new for me, this topic artificial intelligence. I know just a little bit, and I think, oh, is it dangerous or not? Yeah, so I think our audience they have questions, yeah, from the participant. While I'm waiting for the questions, we actually still have about 12 minutes. That Dr. Lee has mentioned to us and give lots of samples. He explained about job displacement, risk of information, and then the meaning of humanities education. It is said that about understanding what it means to be human. I think it is very, wow, a very complex, yeah, very big philosophy, understanding about the meanings to be human. And also about human versus artificial intelligence, that you said about the creativity, art, music, emotional, empathy, consciousness, and self-awareness. And then human wisdom, it is also very interesting. I just wonder whether the wisdom is really related with the age of a person, or a person with young age can have more wisdom, we don't know. Yeah. And then also about ethical judgment, related to individual belief system. So I think this is really a wide topic, yeah, which is we can explore more. And contextual sample, you also give example about the kindergarten children, the police that catch a person with a knife, and etc. So I give opportunity for the audience. Please ask questions, or you can reflect. Give your perception, your view, understanding about this topic. Yes, Miss Endang Astuti, silahkan. Suaranya, Miss Endang.
Okay. Hello, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for your chance to me. Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Endang Puji Astuti. I am from Muhammadiyah University. Okay, I think it is very interesting for your statement or for your knowledge. Okay, my question is, how do you think about how to be a good human in education, sir? How a good human education in our life? Thank you, sir.
Okay, as I just mentioned, humanities deals with the problem of what means to be human. So we need to think what we are actually. So this is the essence of, and actually maybe from time to time in the ancient Greece, they try to differentiate humans from other animals. Okay, and the answers may be with the living creatures with reason. When in Chinese philosophy, in particular the ancient Chinese philosophy, they try to distinguish us from animal by saying that we have conscience and conscience. We have the moral attributes that are different from the animals. But now it's not enough. As I just mentioned, we need to consider also how we can distinguish us from other, the reasoning machine or the checkbox. So this is why I say we need to think, or we reflect on what we are. Actually, this is the essence of humanities education. So I think first, in terms of humanities education, we don't need to give the students one single absolute answer, okay? But try to help them to reflect on themselves, okay, who you are, okay? How you can differentiate yourself from other beings, not just the animals, not just the machine, but you and other people, okay? Are you good enough? You say, in some cases, what will you do? And can you appreciate, we say the music, artwork, and just as in the opening ceremony, I appreciate the dance of some of your, say, in the organizer. So can you appreciate the dancing in this event? I think now we say this is aesthetics. It is another branch of philosophy. Aesthetics means, how to say, sensational, say maybe like appreciation of in relation to our senses, like eye, ears, etc. So when we are listening to the music and we're watching the dancing, okay? So this is really a type of taste, a personal taste, and artistic appreciation that cannot be mimicked by, we say, the AI. Okay, this is that means we need to cultivate our students to become more human in this sense. Okay, this is as I said, education is not to give them a single answer, absolute answer, but try to help them, to facilitate them to reflect on themselves and try to, through different, we say, the disciplines of humanities, like the literature, more specific history, and philosophy and music and arts, fine arts subjects, that we can help them to cultivate, to discover themselves, the quality of themselves that they are distinguished from, they're distinguishable from the AI. Okay, I hope I can answer your questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Lee. I just want to reflect a little bit that it is quite a challenge for us in Indonesia to facilitate our students, for example, to have answers more than one. Yeah, so it's yeah, some already improve, and that you say we have to appreciate all the multidiscipline, the art, music, dancing, aesthetic, and etc. So hopefully we can, most of us here are teachers, so hopefully we can increase and always open our mind and facilitate our students to be more creative and wisdom and etc. Any other questions from audience? We still have about 7 minutes. So we use this opportunity. We have to use these opportunities. Questions? No false questions. Or maybe I can add something, Professor Lee. It's about, you also talk about ethical judgment related to individual belief system. This is very interesting for me, because sometimes if we have individual belief system and maybe we saw it not really correct, so we put judgment which is not really ethical, for example. Do you understand what I mean? So about the relation between ethical judgment and individual belief system.
So by we say the individual belief system, I mean, so not just maybe maybe you are asking that individual, not
yes.
I mean, you are actually, we are cultivated from by say we're nurtured by the say the maybe the our cultural heritage. So like maybe in Chinese we have some Confucius, Taoist, etc. And in other maybe Western countries they have Christians, okay. And maybe in Indonesia, we have different religion traditions. They all constitute your own belief system. So that is what I mean by individual. Not because, but why I say I emphasize this word, simply because you need to make the judgment by yourself. That means you are not just follow the guidelines by the teacher or by the priest, but you need really understand this is right or wrong. Not just because I'm a machine. And something tell me, my teachers tell me that don't do it and don't do this, and I follow them. This is not what I say. Moral reasoning should be individual, okay? So from the bottom of your heart, you understand it is right or wrong, rather than you are instructed to do something. That is just like the robot. Then that's just like no, your like individual and your individuality is not quite obvious in this case. That is why I say your individual belief system. But actually, all people in different culture in different places, they are nurtured by their own cultural elements and heritage. Yeah. So, but this is not, so you say, that outside your own personal growth. It is. It should be in. We say that internalize in your life. Internalize in your life. Yeah. That is why I stress this point in here. Okay. And at that time, the student also need to reflect the teaching they receive from different traditions, and then try to incorporate them to say to give a better judgment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions from audience? This is a big opportunity for us to meet the expert. because most of you learn about humans education, and maybe some already learn, explored about AI, which is quite new for us. Okay, there is a question, I think, in the chat from Triana. Okay, I'm interested to the topic about human versus AI. In spite of the, sorry, I missed the chat. So the audience wants to ask through chat. In spite of the fact that AI is still not the same with human beings, I wonder if we can use or apply AI in our teaching and learning process. Thank you.
I think it depends on the level of the student. Is undergraduate students that sure we need to teach them more about maybe a little bit we say the knowledge about coding, how to use coding programming. I mean, how to use the AI, how to make the prompt to say to ask the chatbot to give you a better answer. As maybe Professor Chen in the previous lecture also mentioned about this. But for maybe the primary students or the secondary student, they may not be able to use the AI correctly. Maybe just after ask a question and then it generate an answer to them, they give you to the teachers. That would be, I think, not a quite recent and desirable situation. So we need to be careful about that. So in general, I think, of course, we can incorporate the AI tools to help, advance our teaching in the future. But I think it depends on the nature and the level of the education or the target of your students. So this is, I think, I can only generally answer the question because the target is not quite clear to me. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I see that Mr. Ali Usman wants to ask. Maybe we still have one more question, Mr. Ali. Still unmute, Mr. Ali?
Who?
Mr. Ali Usman, we still cannot hear your voice. Yes, yes, please. Maybe short question.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Moderator, and thank you for Mr. Kim Lee. What is your name?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm Ali Usman from Padang City, Sumatera Barat, Indonesia. I'm very interesting this our topic today, and I hope I can explain from you, Mr. about because I am teacher, how to teacher.
I think maybe some.
Yeah, Mr. Ali, we cannot hear your voice. Hello, or maybe about the internet Wi-Fi. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Because the time is already 6:03. Yeah, it's very sad. Yeah, hopefully he can contact you. So once again, Associate Professor Dr. Lee Kwang Sai, it's a great honor for us to have a discussion with you. So hopefully we can meet you and discuss with you in the next time. Thank you very much, and thank you for all. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you to Professor Dr. Lo Sing Kai and Associate Professor Dr. Lee Kwai Sang from Education University of Hong Kong, and also moderator Ms. Lara Fridani, MPSE Ph.D. for the session delivered.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to our lunch break of 1 hour, and the first keynote session will be held at 1 p.m. Jakarta time. Enjoy the break and see you on 1 p.m. Jakarta time.
Recording stopped.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our ICEHD keynote session. For our
Recording
third
in
keynote
progress.
session, speaker will be Dr. Lily Taylor from Edith Cowan University, Australia, and will be moderated by Dr. Susi Fitri, MSc Cons. For Dr. Susi Fitri, MSc Cons, the time is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, participant, honorable speaker. Welcome to the third International Conference on Humanity, Education, and Social Science 2020. On behalf of Jakarta State University, it is my privilege to my warm greeting every one of you, and I'm glad that we can have a present. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Susi Fitri. It is an honor for me to serve you as a moderator in this session with Dr. Lily Taylor from Edith Cowan University, Australia. And this session will be divided into two parts. The first part is a presentation on transformative STEM education for sustainable development, ethical decision making, and moral agency in the age of AI. This is very important and very interesting to be able to discuss this issue, because I think AI has already transformed the way we learn and the way we make decisions about anything, especially that is maybe it can be dispute our ethical moral agency. And the second part is the Q&A. But before Dr. Lily Taylor presents, please we listen to the curriculum vitae of Dr. Lily. To the operator, please present. To Dr. Taylor, the time is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ibu Fitri. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, can you see it?
Yes.
That's brilliant. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so thank you so much I feel very honored for the invitation by Universitas Negeri Jakarta to give this keynote address on transformative STEAM education for sustainable development. I am very humbled to have been invited. It is a wonderful opportunity for me to present my research interests for the past 20 years. And also, having listened to the previous speakers, Professors Chen, Lo, and Lee, they have in wonderful ways basically prepared the ground for my own presentation. Many thanks to Professor Purwana and the organizing committee of the ICHEDS conference. It is a wonderful idea to combine business and humanities. And what I want to bring to the table today is to think even further, but to think about integrating science and the humanities and the arts in a wider sense. Okay, so I would like to use an autoethnographic lens today to highlight the links between STEAM education. I will talk in more detail about what that means, and transformative education for sustainable development. I will argue that education in the age of AI needs to address values and ethics, and this is something that was sort of touched on by previous speakers before. I would like to also point out the crucial importance of one of the central tenets of transformative education, which is ethical knowing, according to Jack Mezirow, who was the father of transformative education, and the tenets of ethical action. I will also touch on social psychology concepts such as moral agency and moral disengagement that takes us to the work of Albert Bandura, and briefly explore the concept of anomie, which goes back to the philosopher of Durkheim. Lastly, I will touch on some pedagogical strategies that are suitable for addressing these kinds of issues in our very challenging times. Let's begin with what transformative education is for those people amongst us who are not educators, or even for those educators who have heard about it but are not entirely sure what it may mean. I assume that we are all of the opinion that all education should be transformative, because every time we learn something new, we have transformed in one way or another, haven't we? But Jack Mezirow, when he formulated the description of transformative education, he basically he was pointing out that transformative education is based on transformative learning, which holds that we need to use critical self-reflection on our taken for granted assumptions, which consist of our beliefs and our values, in order to transform ourselves. So previous speakers have spoken about we need to increase self-knowledge. And this is sort of what this is referring to. We need to develop a deeper understanding of ourselves. And the pedagogies that are used for transformative education to develop this deeper self-knowledge are underpinned by critical constructivism. Constructivism is a philosophy that assumes that the learner actively constructs knowledge about reality rather than being a passive consumer of what's already existent out in the world. We start by examining our own assumptions, beliefs, and values before we become more sensitive towards sustainable development. So what I mean by that is, I do not believe that education for sustainable development can happen successfully if we don't first reflect on our own assumptions, beliefs, and values in relation to sustainability, the environment, and what it means to sustain our world, our life in the long term. Let's talk about what we mean by assumptions towards sustainability. When I apply transformative learning to myself and reflecting on my own assumptions, I have to explore, who am I? What is my background, and how did my assumptions come to be? How did I develop my values and beliefs about sustainable development? Now, I'm originally from Austria. Whilst I have been living in Australia now for over 20 years, but I'm still very strongly influenced by my childhood in the Austrian Alps, in the Austrian mountains. Now, the landscape where I grew up is shaped by the last ice age, which means there are high mountains, there are beautiful lakes, and there are riverlands where I used to spend my childhood. I grew up in a small town near a important river, the River Inn, and I also spent every weekend or every available spare week. My parents spent their holidays in a valley in the high Alps in Austria. So these are photos from where I grew up. This helped me from an early age onwards to develop a very close relationship to nature, to see how nature's systems work, how the seasons flow from one into the other, how perfectly nature's rhythms are in tune with each other. Now, that's how I grew up, and I came to expect that. Now, for you, your assumptions about what we mean by sustainable development, by sustainability, and what you believe about how nature should be and what we actually want to sustain may be different. So I would invite you to think a moment or two about what is your background? Where did you grow up? How did that shape how you think and feel about nature and what should be sustained for the future? Moving forward, I started becoming a teacher in the 1980s, where a terrible accident at the nuclear power plant in Chernobyl, which was several hundred kilometers away from my hometown, where a nuclear power plant exploded, as we are probably all aware. And this led to an environmental and a nuclear disaster. What basically happened was that that a radioactive cloud was moved from the east of Europe towards the west. Now, this is remarkable in terms of normally weather systems in Europe move from west to east, but on that particular occasion, exactly after the Chernobyl accident, the winds changed and the winds came from the east and blew a radioactive cloud straight into Central Europe. So that means that many areas in the Austrian Alps actually ended up with radioactive contamination. Now, when I wrote my master's thesis for my education degree, I chose to write a scientific thesis because I was training as a science teacher. My thesis looked at radioactive contamination of alpine soils in Austria after the Chernobyl accident and through radioactive fallout from the accident about 10 years after the accident actually happened. So that's me there in the background, and this is sort of the area where we collected samples at the time. I was lucky enough at the time to be employed at the radioactivity measurement center for the region of Salzburg, which is where my university was situated. Which meant that not only was my research thesis focused on radioactive fallout, but I was also conducting, for my student job, I was also conducting measurements on milk, on food, on soil samples. So I got a pretty good insight into how bad the contamination was in some of the areas. Yet, because when I took on the job, I signed the document, basically a non-disclosure document saying that I was not going to disclose to anyone, not my family or anyone, how bad the contamination was as a matter of fact. And so this for me presented an ethical dilemma that I came across, where I thought, okay, so for example, I know that this particular milk sample comes from an area where my parents like to buy milk from. I know that this milk sample is contaminated. Should I tell them or should I not tell them? So this was sort of the time when I was preparing to be a teacher. This was also the time when there happened a rapprochement between the major powers at the time, basically between the then Soviet Union and the United States, which led to the Soviet Union falling apart and the European Union being formed. So it was a time of great societal and change in many regards. Also, this was sort of the time when the internet really took off. So during that time, I realized that ethical dilemmas are a part of science and of life in general. Knowing what is good and right depends on our values. But I also realized that simply knowing what is good and right does not necessarily lead to right action, which I realized was a very important part of ethics. So therefore, for my doctoral thesis then, I decided to look at this, how can we get our students to not just know what's good and right, but also to take ethical action. And therefore, for my doctoral thesis, I chose a topic that looked at strategies, how we can teach this. And I decided on choosing ethical dilemma story pedagogy. This actually is a topic that links very nicely also to Professor Chen's talk on English literacy, because it involves storytelling. And it involves stories that are special stories, because ethical dilemma stories contain one or more ethical dilemma situations where students are required to make decisions, to make informed values-based decisions that could potentially result in harm for somebody or something, or in benefit for somebody or something. The websites I have included here, if you click on those when you've got time, they take you to a website where my colleagues and I put together a collection of ethical dilemma stories that are related to socially responsible science. And you may find some of them useful for your own context, and you can see how ethical dilemma stories are structured and how they can be used. It would go beyond the context of this talk today to go into detail how we actually teach them. But just to give you a very brief insight, it basically using ethical dilemma stories requires students to individually and in small groups reflect on their taken for granted assumptions, reflect on their taken for granted beliefs, and reflect on their values. These are strategies that come out of the area of values education, and particularly looking at your values and becoming clear about what your values are is referred to as values clarification. Okay, so I said before, ethical dilemma story pedagogy is based on looking at socio-scientific issues. Now, what are they? Socio-scientific issues occur at the intersection of science and humanities, which is basically an issue that has arisen through scientific research or the results of scientific research that somehow in one way or another affect humanity and or society. So therefore, they are issues that have a connection to the science curriculum content as well as the humanities content, and they almost always have an ethical component. what addressing socio-scientific issues brings to the classroom is that they create a real-life context for bridging school science and the real-world experience of students. Often, socio-scientific issues refer to so-called controversial issues. Now, what could they be? When we looked at okay, so whether an issue is controversial for you or not depends on your values. Now, what do I mean by that? For example, when Galileo Galilei declared that the Earth is round, he was confronted with the majority of people who were absolutely convinced that the Earth was flat. So therefore, his values and the values of his community did not match. They were controversial at the time. He was for progress. They were for sustaining what we have always believed. So basically, what we do when we look at socio-scientific issues, we explore what our values are and how they sit with our society, with our communities, with our culture. Now, what are values? Because, we often use the term without thinking about what we actually mean by it. Values in general are issues that everything we value in life. Now, there's a collection there of English values, in English, like, for example, empathy, justice, integrity, connection, trust. Underneath, I added some, because my first language is German, so I added some values in German. For example, we've got their humility, we've got sharing, we've got honesty, we've got freedom, authenticity, faithfulness. So take a moment or two to think what are the main values in your culture and think whether they're actually that different from the ones I have just listed. Because there is a belief that the majority of world religions and many cultures share a lot of values. To say that we all have the same values down to the last one would be incorrect as well. But when we talk about issues like trust and honesty, we can definitely agree in most cases. So transformative education uses our values to raise our awareness about certain issues in life. We also have to ask ourselves, and transformative education gets us to think about that, whose values? Where do we have our values from? We would, sorry for that, but my mouse is a little bit temperamental. So whose values? Where do we get our values from? Mostly, we develop our values through the whole course of our lives. We start with our parents, with our families, with our larger communities. Then we go to school, which affects how we think. We grow up often in a particular faith community, and all of that affects what our values are. Transformative education asks each one of us, where do you have your values from, and what are they? So for me, being a teacher from the early 1990s onwards has led me to become a teacher educator. I am at Edith Cowan University, as was mentioned before, in Australia, and I am involved there in primary science education, where I teach Australian primary teachers pre-service teachers rather, how to teach science in a primary classroom. How I do that is very strongly colored through what I experienced becoming a teacher, and since I have become a teacher and a teacher educator. And during that time, an ever-growing list of global crises has affected us, like, for example, climate change. When you look at this photo here, I took that in 1997. Oh, no, sorry. This photo was taken last year, but I've got a similar one from 1997 where the glacier was about here. So this is a glacier in the Austrian Alps. And imagine, in the past 20 years, this whole area here has melted. This is basically such a clear sign to anyone who's been observing nature in the Alps, in particular in alpine areas where you've got glaciers. The shrinkage of glaciers has made visible that climate change is real. We have war. We have ongoing wars in Africa, but now we also have a war again in Europe, which many of us didn't think was possible. We had a global pandemic, or still have, because it's still around.
Recording stopped.
There are threats to global security. Some people argue that artificial intelligence is a threat to our global security. We have individualism.
Recording in progress.
Individualism has become very strong as compared to culture. In some cultures, individualism has become dominant over what other cultures value as the common good. So we raise children in these types of crises now. We have unbridled consumerism versus sustainable development. So how do we solve these problems? Now, you may have heard in your own context, it's definitely the case here in Australia, that STEM is the answer. STEM is an acronym for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. STEM research has provided us with with a lot of progress, scientific progress. Like, for example, we've got medical biotechnology. You may remember the sprinter Oscar Pistorius from South Africa, who is now in prison for murdering his wife, but that's beside the point. What you can see here is he was using a similar leg replacement to run his races. We can see nanotechnology that's being used in health, in all sorts of areas, engineering. We can see artificial intelligence here, like, for example, Sophia, who became, I think it's Saudi Arabia's first robot citizen. We are all familiar with autonomous vehicles, self-driving vehicles. Now, whether they actually work as we want them yet is a different question, but they already exist. We know about genetic engineering, where we replace certain genes in plants, in crops, that make certain crops more resistant to the heat, more resistant to droughts, more resistant to pests. We are planning to explore interplanetary. We are planning to explore, for example, Mars and go back to the moon, and no limits really. And for all of that, we needed STEM, genetic repairs, which is supposedly the future of medical treatments, where we use the CRISPR method to cut out damaged genes and replace them with healthy ones. Robotics have proven incredibly invaluable, for example, in warfare, but also simply to, for example, help with removing landmines from areas, drone technology. As we know, in modern warfare, you can sit kilometers away from the actual theater of the war and still strike your enemy without actually getting your hands dirty. So all of these wonderful developments are due to STEM research. We did them because we could, because our research had advanced that far. This is what scientific research does. And technological research and engineering, it's about building that stuff. The question that we haven't answered yet, or the question we haven't even asked yet, is just because we can do something, should we? And this is what I think future generations will need to look at even more and more. The internet and artificial intelligence have captured the world like a storm. But with that comes that ourselves and our students are constantly exposed to misinformation and misinformation on social media. Our data can be hacked and manipulated. We've all had examples of that in recent years. ChatGPT was already raised today, so universities and teachers worldwide now will have to find a way how we will assess our student work in the future, because is it my students' work or is it ChatGPT's work? I recently was marking a student's essay where the student had used ChatGPT, but ChatGPT hadn't given her any references. So basically, she was found that she had committed plagiarism because there were no references in there at all, and she did not go back to check where the information actually came from. Just one example. AI and deep learning. Now, we've already mentioned before that with ChatGPT, every time we use it, or whether we use Alexa or Siri or any of these devices, platforms, every time we use it, they learn from us. They become better at interpreting what we are actually telling them. This is called deep learning, and which on the one hand is great. On the other hand, it's actually, yes, I know the previous speaker said we should not be frightened. I'm not saying we should be frightened, but there is a good reason why recently dozens of researchers who contributed to the development of ChatGPT and other items like this, why they got together and basically said, AI, yes, we need to use it. It is here to stay, but we need to regulate it. And what we mean by that is we need to provide ethical guidelines on how to use it. You may have noticed that the European Union recently, actually last week, had a meeting about exactly that topic, regulating AI, and they've come up with initial guidelines for the member countries to take and develop further. So that's going to be an interesting development, and I would invite you to follow that up in your own countries, but also what's happening in Europe. We've all heard the word deep fake. You may have seen this photo of Pope Francis wearing this beautiful white coat. Problem is, it's not Pope Francis actually wearing it. So they have very skillfully combined several photos here. I mean, he looks good, doesn't he? But it's not him. So several deep fakes have occurred of President Obama and all sorts of other famous people. And even the voices are so similar that it's very hard to determine, is that the real person or is it somebody else pretending to be that person? As we have heard before, drone warfare is now standard in the Ukraine war. And yeah, so this group of researchers that I mentioned before that were actually involved in the development of AI, they have now called for the regulation because they think that AI that is not regulated through ethical standards could present a threat to humanity. So that's worth thinking about if these people are actually concerned. Okay, so what we now have through AI is a situation where we have to ask ourselves, can we still trust our senses? I mean, like in this photo, is this Pope Francis? And this can, in many people, create a sense of insecurity. Now, this sense of insecurity links very well with what Émile Durkheim, a philosopher, a French philosopher, referred to as anomie. Anomie comes from the Greek root of a, which is without, and nomos, law. It appears like a lawless time where the world seems, as they say in English, topsy-turvy, upside down. The rules and guidelines that were valid up to now suddenly don't seem to apply anymore. And a lot of things that we took for granted have changed or are in the process of changing. What this has led to is a global mental health crisis, and we can see that anxiety and depression have skyrocketed in many parts of the world. And it's not surprising, because this kind of chaotic development, whilst it is potentially scary for some, also bears within it the potential for profound change. What do I mean by that? This is Jack Mezirow, and Mezirow said that for transformative learning to occur, we actually need a disorienting dilemma that leads to a cognitive crisis, that leads to a transformation. So we could take a doom and gloom approach towards AI and all the changes and challenges that we are currently experiencing. Or we could say, okay, so there are many taken for granted assumptions that will go out the window with the current development. That could be bad, but it could also provide us with a clean slate to start something completely different, something much better, something that is actually of benefit to humankind and that is sustainable in the future. So I want you to really think about that at the moment. Without a disorienting dilemma, we may not have a reason that leads us to transformation. I'm being the devil's advocate here. So what does this mean for preparing teachers in these challenging times? I'm convinced that we need to get students out of subject silos towards curriculum integration, because real life is not organized in subjects. Real life always cuts across many different subject areas. That's why I believe that integrated science curricula need to provide links to students' real life worlds, like, for example, through addressing socio-scientific issues. So in addition to scientific contents, to me, there also has to be a focus on the formation of the whole human being. And I noticed that this is a focus of this whole conference, which sits really nicely with how I think. We need to reconnect for this purpose the natural and the human sciences. So the humanities in the Australian curriculum are described as they play an important role in harnessing students' curiosity and imagination about the world they live in and empowers them to actively shape their lives. And the humanities enable them to make reflective and informed decisions, which is exactly what we need for ethical decision-making. Furthermore, in the science curriculum, in the Australian curriculum, we have an aspect that is called science as a human endeavor. That links science and the humanities. Sorry for that. And basically, it looks at how humans conduct and use science and how science affects humanity and society. So what we need, therefore, is we need to move from STEM education to STEAM education. Now, what does STEAM stand for? I said STEM is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. STEAM is science, technology, engineering, the arts, and mathematics. Now, when I say the arts, I'm not necessarily talking about arts just as the creative arts, but in terms of the liberal arts. And I think it was Professor Chen who was referring to the liberal arts, that we need to bring them back, which is exactly what I'm arguing for. We need to move from STEM to STEAM to bring science, technology, engineering, the liberal arts, and mathematics together, to have STEAM education for sustainable development. And this is a book that Peter Charles Taylor and myself have recently edited, and it's been published by Brill. And in this book, we actually have all the chapters focus on how transformative STEAM education for sustainable development can be put into practice. So you may have a look at that if you got time.
Excuse me, Dr. Taylor, 5 more minutes.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. So the with STEM, what we can say is STEM focuses on knowledge, and it is based on the basic belief that knowledge is power. What do we mean by that? We mean knowledge of facts. Knowledge of facts, that's STEM. If we only teach the facts, the scientific facts, then that's STEM. If, however, we include the arts, the liberal arts as well, then we have STEAM education, and that includes ethics as well. So STEAM educators, therefore, want students to become active citizens. We want them to become able to negotiate conflicting human interests by developing moral agency. Moral agency is developed through moral agency enables ethical action, which we said is at the core of sustainable development. So Albert Bandura said that moral agency develops through evaluative self-influence. And what that means is basically critical self-reflection on our values and beliefs. It's therefore directly linked to transformative learning and transformative education. The opposite of moral agency, which is the willingness to think about our values, is moral disengagement, which we often find in people who are alienated from mainstream society and who've lost their values. This is when self-regulation fails and allows actions which would violate one's own standards of right and wrong. Basically, we don't believe in our own values anymore. We could also argue that people who take no action in the face of complex crises like climate change, that is also an ethical decision, because it basically is evidence of moral disengagement. So when people say, what's the use in having all these climate conferences if nothing ever happens? Well, that could be a question for politicians to answer. Have they morally disengaged? So when we educate for moral agency through STEAM education for sustainable development, we use teaching strategies and curricula that promote moral agency. They are holistic, integrated curricula that use strategies such as ethical dilemma story pedagogy, values clarification, and focus on socio-scientific issues that bridge the humanities, the arts, and science. Knowledge is factual wisdom. Wisdom, on the other hand, is knowing that, to quote Sir David Attenborough, we are not apart from this world. but we are a part of this world, which means it's all interrelated, all interconnected. And if one part of the global system is damaged, we all suffer for it. And as Mahatma Gandhi put it so concisely, the world has enough for everyone's needs, but not enough for everyone's greed. Humanity has always had challenges. Like these arrowheads, they date back 30,000 years to my hunter-gatherer ancestors in the Austrian Alps. They were trying to survive through the Ice Age. They found a way of surviving, and they found a way of creating those arrowheads with the means they had to feed themselves and their loved ones. The challenges keep evolving. So must we. Our consciousness, wisdom, and knowledge need to evolve too. And we can do this by embracing transformative education. My colleague Yuli Rahmawati, who will speak after me, she will also address transformative education in much more detail than me. And so I would like to refer you to her talk as well. So let me finish this keynote today by saying our survival as a species depends on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dr. Taylor. This is a very interesting and very important to discuss. What Dr. Taylor has presented is what it is what we really face as a lecturer, as a educator. There is one quote that is interesting for us to discuss and to think about as a educator. Just because we can do, should we? That is the quote that we need to explore whether what we teach or what we are going to teach to our students is the thing that do they need it, and if they need it, that how do we should do it too. And now for another 15 minutes, we will open the questions or the comments about what Dr. Taylor has already presented. Please, maybe the audience who want to join this discussion, please raise hand. Or maybe the operator can open the chat room, so we can see maybe the questions or comments about what already presented. Please, operator, would you mind? While we wait for the audience that want to engage, I want to share about my own experience with ChatGPT. I just experienced what Dr. Taylor experienced this week. That two of my students using ChatGPT, and when I said why you do that, and they said because I don't talk about it, because I don't say it's no to use ChatGPT, so they do it. I think it remind me that, well, maybe I need to talk about how to make ethical decision about in education environment, because students usually think that cheat mean copy from their friends, but no, they can copy from ChatGPT, and they think it is not cheat. So that's why this session is very important.
Yeah, it's actually in Australia, at least, like I think most universities, if not all, have decided to allow ChatGPT to be used, but the students need to indicate very clearly which part they have used ChatGPT for. And they still have to go and find, like references that support their claims. So because ChatGPT doesn't give them that, right?
Right.
So they can't just copy a whole paragraph and then put it in their essay and sort of think, that's okay. So what that means, and there's a lot of discussion going on here about authentic assessment again.
Yeah.
So, like what do we need to do to make sure that we're actually assessing the students' work?
Yeah. I think
They're
we
not.
I think what you said about guidelines, guidelines in ethical decision about what the technology has already done for us and how to advance this kind of technology in education and how to make this how to use it. For example, we cannot avoid ChatGPT, right? It's already there, and our students have it, use it. But then, uh, unfortunately, I think many education institution doesn't have that guidelines, that guidance yet. In what situation that we can use it, and
Yeah.
from your point of view, how do we how to use ChatGPT best in our education?
So I can only talk about, like what we were advised to do, because, we are all learning. This is new for everyone. So we were told that we should make sure that we have as many authentic components in assessments as possible. So, for example, like, let's say I asked students to identify a particular assessment strategy for a particular problem in science education for, primary students. And in the past, I would have been happy if they just identified one and then described how they would use the strategy. Now they actually need to provide evidence that they have done it themselves, what their results were, and what it tells us about their own knowledge about that particular problem. So does that make sense?
Yes.
So it's not just describing what they see, because that they can get from ChatGPT. Okay.
Right.
Potential. But what they can't get is, okay, so I had to do the assessment myself. I found out that I know this, but I failed here. So I need to focus my learning on this particular issue.
Okay,
Yeah?
we have one participant here, who Endang. Please, Ibu.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Miss and everyone. Thank you so much for your chance. Let me introduce myself. My name is Endang Puji Astuti. I am from Muhammadiyah of University. Okay. Actually, I got interesting for your explanations before, and my question is, Miss, how can give the motivation for students and also to face their technology in their lesson? Thank you, Miss.
So can you repeat the question, because I think I missed the first part.
In your experience, I mean that who teach the students, Miss? How teach the students to face the technology now? I mean that for the lessons to master the technology. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I know that in Indonesia, many classes are still held online, right? Is that
Yes.
true?
Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
yeah. So same in Australia. So basically, we expect our students to be able to use the technology themselves, as learners, and then translate that learning into the classroom. And this is exactly, I think, where we need to give, I mean, in the long term, we need to make it clear to our pre-service teachers that they cannot just rely on technology to do their job. They will need to assess critically. And, you know, I think it was it Professor Chen, I can't remember, was referring to that. We need to critically evaluate the answers that, you know, like, for example, ChatGPT gives us. And so as a pre-service teacher, if I want to use it in my classroom, I need to develop strategies on how I can get the children, the students, to reflect on, can this response be correct? Okay, that they always go back and check the veracity, that they check the sources where, you know, this information comes from. Because I think the danger lies in the uncritical consumption of artificial intelligence. It's not so much that we have it, it's what we do with it. And that's where ethics comes in. Make sense?
Okay. Gimana?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Miss, about the explanations.
Yeah, I think what you mentioned about critical thinking, Mr. Taylor, is very important. The thing is, we have technology before we actually really develop critical thinking. So we think that technology is always right, and
Yep.
we need to be obedient to technology. And
Yep.
in the society that always think that we left behind, as a country that is think that we left behind, it seems like technology is very advanced. It shows what the developed country has. So we want to develop too. If we want to become developed nation or we be developed country, means that we have to be able to catch up the technology. So sometimes we don't think critically about what the technology is about and whether we will need it or whether it's even harmful to our
Yeah.
ethic, I think.
Absolutely. And, you know, I mean, especially given in times now where, you know, whole elections can be
Yes.
affected by misinformation and, you know, deep fakes, as we've seen. And if people don't think critically, then, you know, we are in deep trouble. But one thing I wanted to mention about critical thinking, because I believe, you know, if I had had more time, I could have talked about there are two different ways of thinking critically. One is critical thinking, which focuses on outside. Okay, what are the problems outside that I can see? And I assess them critically out there. The second type of thinking is critical reflection, which is focusing inwards. Now, that is focusing on my values, on my beliefs. That's what I can control. Right?
Yeah.
So if my value is honesty, for example, then I wouldn't cheat.
Yes. It seems like very close to my heart as a counselor, yeah, reflective, critical reflection. And there
Yeah,
is one
exactly.
other questions from the chat room. Please, operator, please open the chat room and please show it in the middle of the screen for me to read it, please. It's from Unita.
Yeah, I can see that. In your opinion, what kinds of good practices of transformative education towards sustainable development goals target primary elementary school students? I would say that, you know, the sustainable development goals of the United Nations are very valuable in terms of giving us ideas for potential topics. So each one of these topics, whether it's, the natural environment or, the oceans or poverty or, whatever, education, all of these, they give us ideas about what we could address and build into the curriculum. As topics for discussion, as topics for, like ethical dilemma stories, for example, that you could develop yourself. How to make learners at primary school engage with the world and find coherence between the world they experience. Yeah, exactly. I believe that using, like ethical dilemma stories and focus on what are referred to as socio-scientific issues. So those, potentially touchy, controversial issues, they're a really good way in because they are real life issues. Like, you would choose an issue that is local for your area. Like, let's say, we have a tiny, tiny, tiny little turtle. It's about that size. Want to show it here? Ah, yeah, that size. And it's severely endangered, and it's called the Western Swamp Tortoise. And there is only like one area here in Perth in Western Australia where this tiny little turtle still exists. Okay, it's a tortoise actually. And so therefore, it makes total sense to use the fact that this little tortoise is endangered and what it needs, to survive as your way in with primary level or elementary level students, because it's local, it's locally relevant, and also it's very cute. Okay, they are really very cute. So primary students just love them. Whatever a local issue in your area is, use that to get to the students. It could be a particular environmental issue that the children know about. It could be plastic pollution, they find at their beach every day. Whatever it is, something they can actually see and know about. Yeah, that that's how you get to primary level students.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Because our time is up. Thank you for the presentations and also discussion. And I think the last point is very important. Make it local. Make it local. So make it local. So our students are able to solve the problem locally while they're using some kind of what we call universal theory, universal perspective, but doing it for their contextual environment, local issue, local problem. So I think by doing so, they will have a moral agency because they are able to solve what in front of them.
Yep. Perfect. Thank you for the summary.
Dr. Taylor is very, very amusing for me and very inspiring. While you present, I reflect to my own course. I think, oh, this is what I can do. This is what I can do, and I look forward our maybe next time discussion about this kind of theme, especially about moral and ethical dilemma. And for participants, thank you for your participation, and thank you for the time that we have already spent this afternoon. The time I'll give it to the MC. Thank you again, Dr. Taylor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Taylor. Dr. Lily Taylor from Edith, Cowan, University, Australia, and also our moderator, Dr. Susi Fitri, MSc Cons, for this session.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have our third and our last break. For all attendees, please return to this room within 1 hour because the keynote session will be start at 3 p.m. Jakarta time. Enjoy the break and see you on our next session.
Good afternoon and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our fourth keynote session of our third ICHEDS session. The fourth keynote speaker will be Professor Yuli Rahmawati, Ph.D. from Universitas Negeri, Jakarta, and will be moderated by Mr. Hywel Coleman. For Mr. Hywel Coleman, the time is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce this session. The speaker is Professor Yuli Rahmawati. She has an interesting and impressive CV. If I read it to you, it would take the whole session, 1 hour. Professor Yuli is the head of chemistry education here at Universitas Negeri, Jakarta at the moment. And she's been holding this position since 2019. She did her master's and her PhD degrees at Curtin University in Australia. And she's received funding for her research from a wide range of bodies in different parts of the world, including UNESCO, Germany, Australia, and of course from Indonesia. Her list of publications is extremely impressive, about 5 or 6 pages long. One thing that really struck me from looking at Professor Yuli's CV is she says that her interests are very unusual and very, very interesting. They include teaching and cultural identity, ethnochemistry, green chemistry, and culturally responsive teaching. The term ethnochemistry reminds me of the research that a colleague of mine at the University of Leeds has done, which he calls ethnomathematics, looking at the way that people who may not have been to school are actually using sophisticated mathematics when they are weaving textiles, manufacturing umbrellas, and so on. So maybe there's a similarity there. Professor Yuli says that she has a passion for developing teacher education. The topic that she will be talking about today is students' engagement in environmental and cultural sustainability as transformative research. I see that she's talking about ethical issues in the development of chemistry students. But before we begin, we have a short video about Professor Yuli. We have a 1 hour session, but we need to finish a couple of minutes before 4 o'clock, because the next session will begin at 4 o'clock. So Professor Yuli, if you could speak for about 40 minutes, then we'll have about 20 minutes for discussion. And I'll give you a signal after about 35 minutes, so that you have 5 minutes to round up.
Yes.
Professor Yuli, over to you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Harold. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really sorry cannot join offline in this session because I just arrived from my daughter graduation day. I would like to share my presentation on the student engagement and the environment and cultural sustainability. It is a part of my transformative education experience, and then it is a part as well on the transformative research. I would like to share that the overview of my speech today is regarding the transformative chemistry education and also the environmental and sustainability, the cultural sustainability. As the Howell has been mentioned about the teaching identity, I will share that it is a part of my PhD journey that's regarding the sustainability and also the teaching identity. And then if you see the video YouTube on the Sophia, the first artificial intelligent robot, mentioned about she would like to taking care the environment and making the planet become sustainable. And then even though she is a robot, he has been mentioned about the sustainability and taking care the earth. And then if you see, even though he say that he would like to get engaged with the human, but he also mentioned about human is destroy the technology. So it's a part of a critical questioning about the issue of artificial intelligence as well. But we face all the issue about the mega trend, the future revolution, industry 4.0, society 5.0, even the globalization itself, even though there is a positive and negative, and then we push all the pro and con, especially in my research is regarding the identity, regarding one of the themes is the culture identity. And then I realize it, the culture identity is not only the social science aspects, but also in science as well. That's why I focus on the ethnochemistry, on the culture identity. That the issue we mentioned about after the COVID-19, too many things happen, including education, and then we shifting from the borderline education, and also we face the issue of learning loss and the other things about the empathy of our students. That's why we have been mentioned about where is our generation. And then if you see, have a look the OECD future competencies, it has been also mentioned the transformative competencies. The transformative competencies is regarding you have to develop the student for being caring for the environment, to the surrounding around them, not only being selfish to their own achievement. And then if you have a look also the well-being, and then if you read the 2017 book on the OECD about what is the happiness, so there is a subjective dimension that is a part of what we call it like empathy to others peoples. And then there is a book that World Economic Forums also published on the Education 4.0. And then beside the Bloom taxonomy and so on, it has been mentioned that the competencies of the Education 4.0 is there is 3 levels. And then one that's 3 as pointed out about the abilities and skills, attitudes and values, and also knowledge and information. So one of the interesting things is about the civic responsibility and also the environmental stewardship and empathy and kindness. So it's a part of the future competencies that we really need to develop to our students. And then that has been mentioned. So it has been, I graduated from Curtin University since 2013. So it has been 10 years ago for doing my PhD. So the title of my PhD is regarding the landscape of culture, religion, transformative learning, and sustainability education. And for this presentation, I'm focusing on the cultures and also the sustainability education, focusing on the environment. So it is Professor Peter Tyler, and then he was my supervisor, and until now he's still my mentor to guide me for conducting the transformative education research and also the teaching and learning. So during my PhD, I got scholarship from Australian Research Council grant. I also doing the research on learning environment research, and it is the shifting between mixed method and critical autoethnography. So it's so challenging, but it is really powerful for engage me in the future journey as a transformative educators. And then if you have a look, we are in the network of transformative education. You already listen Lily's presentation, Dr. Lily Taylor presentation. She is a part, we are together in the International Transformative Education and Research Network internationally, and we usually meet every 2 years. And for the next year, it will be conducting in Surabaya, UNESA, the transformative education seminars. And then I am develop the transformative education and research group in Indonesia, and we usually conducting collaboration in research, publication, and community to develop how transformative education can be implemented in the different level of education. So if you see that during my professorship, I developed the theoretical framework on transformative chemistry education that has developed by the theoretical of transformative learning values. And I put the quote from my supervisor, my PhD supervisor, Peter Tyler, that he wrote on the Handbook of Science Education regarding the 5 transformative learning values. The first, that we have to understanding the cultural self-knowing and then relational knowing with others, not only with the human, but also with the environment. And we have to being critical. So if you pointed your finger, is like one pointed out and then the other 4 finger it pointed by yourself. And then we have to understand the hegemony outside our personal and professional practices. And besides, we have to empower our students for being visionary and also ethical knowing that Dr. Lily has been mentioned before. And the last one is empowerment, knowing in action. We would like our students not only understanding the concept in subject matter, but have to be also implementing and doing the action for the better world. So if you have time to read the book, the Meziro book, and then also the Taylor on the Handbook of Transformative Learning, and I have the book of Contemporary Theories of Learning that read through all the transformative learning theories on that book. And then so transformative learning values is not only regarding yourself, like you pass the exam, but also it's regarding the others. And it's also regarding the future and also you doing the action. If Peter usually using the metaphor of the butterfly, like it is not only getting bigger, but also getting better, like being a more beautiful butterfly in that picture. And it is the sustainable development goals. So if you have that in education, like we have the quality of education, and the goal number 4, each of the country have like the report. So we call it SDGs fact sheet. So it is one of the things that has been published for each country, but unfortunately I just got this paper representing Indonesia. So we still face the challenge of the quality of education. The participation is getting high, but the quality of education itself, like different province, because in Indonesia we really face the differences so high. So that's why I think one of the SDGs, not only the environment, but also the differences, the culture, sustainability as a part of this, the things that we need to be empowered in education. And then in chemistry, we call it like in US, they call it like green chemistry. But in Germany, they usually call it like sustainable chemistry. It is the way of they shape the framework like green chemistry. It doesn't mean they sometimes they say it doesn't mean sustain, but we usually like reduce the waste and minimize to use the dangerous chemical substance, because as a chemist we usually recognize as the one who contribute to the waste, contribute to destroy the environment. That's why we promote the issue of the green chemistry and sustainable chemistry. And then the other current issue regarding the system thinking in chemistry. System thinking means you not only understand the chemistry concept, but you have to applying, and then you have to understand that in your life you just not only need to understand chemistry, but you have to do the cross-disciplinary, and then you have to solve the problem not only by learning chemistry, but also with the other subjects. That's why throughout the SDGs and the global sustainability framework, we understand that we have to develop the chemistry for sustainability. And I developed this theory on the 5 dimensions of transformative chemistry education. Like you have to develop the progressive curriculum that's a part of like Schubert's curriculum image, Pioneer and so on. And then also you have to being a transformative and reflective educators. And then if you would like to develop the holistic integrative competencies of your students, it's not only like the knowledge, but also the attitude, the values, the skills. That's the holistic individuals. And then in the transformative learning, it is a part of teaching and learning. And then the last one is transformative research. I have write it down in detail, but in this presentation, I just point out these 5 dimensions. At this time, I will show you the implementation of transformative research in terms of implementing on the transformative learning. So in chemistry, we usually understand that chemistry, you have to understand the 3 dimension. The 3 dimension is macroscopic, like the color, the heat, the things that you can feel, the things that you can saw. It is the macroscopic conceptualization. But there is the things that in the micro level, we call it submicroscopic, like it is the tiny atom and so on. But the other thing that we usually understand the chemistry is symbolic aspect. But if you're using it as a transformative education, you have to be mentioned that chemistry should be related to the everyday description. So it is the daily lives. That's why I take it this Taber 2013 rather than Johnson 2009 that only mentioned the macroscopic, microscopic, and symbolic. Because I understand that learning chemistry should be involved the description of everyday language and then the direct experience and also the formal representation of the conceptualization of the two distinct level on the macroscopic and the submicroscopic. And it's very challenging for the chemistry teachers because if you applying the knowledge, it should be you have to understand the concept because it's a part of the critical thinking values. And then since in the transformative education, we have to understand that chemistry learning should be relevant education that have to be relevant to the student's life. And the next thing I would like to share you the research team that I have been developed since 2013 after I graduated from my PhD. I usually have students supervising from undergraduate, master, and PhD that have been doing research on these 5 areas at the moment. And I still open up the opportunity to different kind of topics, but all these topics is related to the transformative research. For example, the social, critical, emotional learning. For example, Dr. Lily has been mentioned about dilemma, ethical dilemma pedagogy, the dilemma stories, and then the environmental sustainability. I have been developed green chemistry and then small scale laboratory environment, and also the life cycle analysis that implementing related to Indonesia curricula. And on the culture identity that I developed the ethnochemistry, ethnopedagogy, and the cultural responsive transformative teaching model approach strategies that I have been developed. And on STEM, I usually using one of the just developed the last 3 years is dilemma STEM. Dilemma STEM is how you integrate the case study on the dilemma story, and then you solve the problem throughout the STEM project. I will show you all the pictures. And the last one on the conceptual understanding, I am not only focusing on the student achievement, but also have to understand in the process their own thinking, like mental model, mental state, and like the cognitive structure and so on, that I would like to know how student thinks based on the structure cognitive that they have been developed. And it is the main part of my presentation, the transformative chemistry learning. So I have been developed several teaching models and then the approach, the strategy to be implemented in chemistry curricula. And then what is the highlighted approach, basic framework that I have been developed is about the link between values and knowledge education. So when you learn about when you would like to develop the values of your students and you have to put the environment in the classroom, it should be also related to the conceptual, the subject matter that they learn. So I understanding the 2 points of being meaningful, contextual, and authentic learning, but also being empowering. So you have to realize that your student as an agent of change. So value-based learning, moral and knowledge education, social interaction is a part of transformative chemistry learning. So it should be integrated with the chemistry aspect itself. So it is the example what I have been done since 2010, the last 10 years. So I have been go to around the Indonesia, but not many of, because you know the complexity of Indonesian area as well. And then it is really a part of the depend on the funding, because it's quite challenging to come to different part of Indonesia. So if you see the crocodile outside, the crocodile is related to the culture sustainability. In the Betawi, we know about the crocodile bread. And also in like is parfait, Javanese parfait, we call it wayang, is also chemical reaction, how to make it parfait. And also there is a plastic biodegradable on steam, and then the use oil, and then the alternative energy and so on, that I will show you all the pictures. And it is the environmental sustainability that I have done. I realized that based on the Goffin and Macklin regarding the environmental education, it should stimulated student responsibility. So I highlighted the yellow one. It should be stimulated student responsibility, at least the awareness, because it is a part of the first stage of the environmental education. And there is 3 types of education as education of sustainability, education for sustainability, and education as sustainability. And the Blewett mentioned that it should be provide opportunity for the individuals to become critical, reflective thinkers and lifelong learners. And then that I have been mentioned, awareness is good starting point for conceptualize the cognition, and there's we have responsibility for sustainability education. And my focus on my research, and then I have been implementing in the classroom, that it is focusing on the environmental concern, waste minimization, and then character education and thinking skill. So if you have time to have a look my publication, all those things is a part of the development on the study. And then when you look at the chemistry curricula, chemistry learning, it's really related to environmental and contextual issue that related to chemistry concept. When I implementing it, I using a green chemistry education, I develop the small scale. So the tools in the laboratory within the small size of the laboratory equipment. And then life cycle analysis, like you ask your student when they use the paper, and they have to think about how many trees that have to be used to make the paper. So it is life cycle analysis, understanding the life cycle of the products. And it is the example. So it is the small scale. If you see on the top left, it is the needle because we only use the small size. So it is the box. If you see all the box, it is all the small size. And then on the top, it is nanoscience and nanotechnology. So from the chemistry, and it is from the cabbage. We develop the different colors of pH. So it's not using the chemicals, but use the vegetable of the purple cabbage. So all the 12 principle of green chemistry, we can use it. It's based on depend on the topic of chemistry that you use. So I have been develop it, and throughout the research from my students. And then it is all the dilemma team. So one of like the dilemma stories on the how the people develop the detergents like laundry in Jakarta, and then we have to develop the tools how to treatment the detergent waste. And then one of the problem in Jakarta like is the pollution. So we can develop like the STEM project of smoke absorbent. And then the other thing is like the use oil. You can use like the banana. The banana, it can be the color of the oil can not black anymore. It's like what you call it, like filtration using the banana. And the other thing is alternative energy. The student just love it. They can develop different types of product. And on the top of the right, it is the plastic biodegradable. And until now, just the student using different kinds of the vegetables and others to develop the plastic biodegradable. And I think it has been even used in industry as well. And it is the cultural sustainability. The other thing is it is important to have the students that ability to maintain the culture identity and enable the change in the harmony of the cultural values. And I think it is that has been mentioned. Even though I am not from the social science, I'm from the science in chemistry, but I realized that chemistry also plays important role for the culture sustainability. That's why since I graduated from my PhD and doing my writing in my PhD study, I always using about the culture identity and also the ethnochemistry as a part of chemistry. And we mentioned it like the culture in sustainability, the culture for sustainability, and also the last empowerment, the culture as sustainability. And it is a part of engage your student, engage yourself to cultural awareness, engagement, and also to maintain our culture. As you understand that Indonesia have like more than 1,000 ethnic groups, and then the language, the traditional language itself is more 700, but it's just started to be extinct. And for my research for the culture sustainability, we always mention about the challenge of globalization. When you mention about the global citizen, but at that time you also have your own identity. And then as related is also the content relevant. The challenge, if you related the culture to the chemistry, you have to understand the chemistry concept as well as the cultural practice in the society. So that's why so many reference that has been mentioned. One of the things is Kumar mentioned about the cultural responsive teachers that empower me to develop the other teaching model. Probably we call it model here, the culturally responsive RTT, the culturally responsive transformative teaching. So there is the step for teaching to be implementing in the classroom. So the framework is developed from the culturally responsive teaching framework. So you can have a look several publication of it as well. So it is the teaching model that have been developed for self-identification. You have to ask your students like, it is like differentiated learning. You have to understand your student characteristic, where they come from at least, because it is a part of the culture identity. And then for the culture understandings, once you understand your student, we need to create the content relation between the chemistry, if you teach chemistry, with the culture content. So it will be so throughout my presentation. Once you develop this cultural understanding, we develop the collaboration between students. It can be like develop the project-based, it can be develop the problem-based case study and so on. Then asking the student, like if you're using the, like, what is it, from the plant and chemical substance, what we will do. So the last one is transformative construction. It is not only the conceptual understanding, but also the value reflection. So it is the things that I have done. It's still only after 10 years, it's still only 10 area that I just have the funding to do it. So and I'm lucky this year I got the grant from the government. I need to develop the virtual reality with ethnochemistry. So I would like to bring the students to the story, to the cultural practice in Indonesia through the virtual reality. And then inside the virtual reality, it will be the chemical formula and so on inside all the cultural practice. So hopefully I can get the product, the virtual reality in ethnochemistry for this year. And it is the example of ethnochemistry text that I use. It is the ngukus is kemenyan. It is the activities for burning the things. And then if you see the curriculum practice, it will be in chemistry. It is related to the organic chemistry. And if you come through different areas in Indonesia, they have several things similar, but in different names. Sometimes it is similar names, but in different name. But if you have looked the chemistry properties, it will be the same, like they use it in the dynamic exit. Then we can explain to the student the name, the properties of the organic compound in that ngukus the kemenyan tradition in Indonesia. And then it is the cultural description, and then it is the chemistry concept. So it is the things that I did throughout the research. So every time I have looked like batik and also the tenun and the other things, I have to think what is the chemistry concept behind all this cultural practice, the symbolic, the conceptual things that happen on the ethnochemistry. And then I'm not sure what happened. Okay, good. So it is the other things about empe. There is an exit and base in chemistry, and then the other thing is lahang is isotonic from Sundanese practice. It is related to electrolyte solution concept in chemistry. And then if you see on the batik, they use the batik, the lerak towards the batik itself. There is a concept of hydrolysis and chemistry. And then also when you wash the keris, the knife, the traditional knife in Indonesia, so there is a reaction between the ferrum, the iron, with the exit on the lime itself. So many things that really interesting to be explored in Indonesia related to ethnochemistry. And it is all the example that I have been done and then engage the student in the classroom. And then it is in Betawi, because we mentioned about why when the people get married in Betawi, they bring the crocodile braid, even though there is a negative what we call it, like negative in the people that say it is crocodile is why that mention about why they have to bring the crocodile is negative things. But when you have looked the old story, there is the white crocodiles that also believe as a guard from the several rivers. That's why during the marriage they bring the braid. It is the story of why they mention about crocodile as a protector in the marriage. And then if you see what is the chemistry inside the crocodile braid, that will be we call it the sodium bicarbonate. Is like making like what we call it carbon dioxide. So it will be alkaline compound, it will be produced, and will be inflate the dove itself. And it is all the chemistry on the braid. So if you're interesting to explore each of the parts of the chemistry, so all this thing is related to the chemistry concept. And in Indonesia, it is also a part of chemistry curricula. So I also developed that culturally responsive that I mentioned before. So like in Bima, we call it like the milk from the horse, the susu kuda liar, that they usually using it for the clean, like make it your skin's beautiful. So I try to make it like the soap from, even though it's so expensive, making the soap from the milk, and then the student using it. So the student understanding the traditional, the indigenous knowledge using for their skins, even though they didn't using as a soap, but the modern technology using is a part of the knowledge that indigenous knowledge using it. So the other thing has been developed in Lombok. So we develop working with Prof. Ucu Cahyana in the research center on the mobile learning and ethnopedagogy. So we develop for the remote area. Probably you will be surprised, the remote area in Indonesia, even the student stay there, they all have mobile phone. So what happened with us, we try to engage with technology, but using the limited internet because they had just only download the application and they can using it offline. So it's all the things that we develop from Lombok to Tapanuli and the Baduy as well. So they can learn chemistry throughout their mobile, from their mobile phone. It's all my publication, and then I developed the teaching model from UNESCO on the empathy learning. If you have looked the books, you will have looked the empathy learning that I developed the dilemma teaching pedagogy for 10 subjects in junior high school, from religion, civic education, mathematics, science, social science, and economics, and so on. So empathy is not only civic education subject, but also even science and mathematics. So there is 2 book chapters that guide by my supervisor and also the Dr. Lily Tyler, the last one. In this book, I write about the dilemma theme. So you can have a look what is the dilemma story inside and also what is the STEM project. And it's
5
all,
minutes to go, Ibu Yuli. 5
yes,
minutes.
thank you, Helen.
And
Yes,
can I encourage participants to put questions in the chat box? Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Howell. So it is my publication. So the last one is I published regarding the culturally responsive teaching. So the other things is on the left is from Springer. We published the dilemma teaching pedagogy with the Lily, Elizabeth Taylor, Peter, and myself. And then we use one of the mixed method approach. So we also developed the one of the questionnaire. We call it constructivist values learning environment survey. So if you're interested for doing more research on it, or you would like to read through all the publication, I just selected publication that related to the cultures and then environmental sustainability. So it is the example that has been published on the like coconut milk, laksa, and then house in the Bangka Belitung province and the other ethnic groups that has been explored throughout the study. So for the conclusion, probably I say it like a closing note because I think so many things need to be explored in Indonesia, and then so many interesting, even if you have look how your students thinking, the culture is really influence the way student thinks, because there is one things that I didn't present in my presentation that related that I move from different province in Indonesia, and if you ask question regarding the chemistry concept, they just using different analogy, and then when they using the different analogy, they use their own cultures, like how they make tenun, kain tenun, wayang, they representing analogy to the chemistry concept. So I think it is important to empower teachers and students to take action for their everyday practice for a better future for the environment. Chemistry should be plays important role, not only becoming like chemical substance destroy the environment, but it should be a part of the environmental sustainability as well. And it is deepening understanding the culture, and it studies that we understand it is from the lens of chemistry concept, and then when you integrate it with the ethnochemistry, it is like the new way of chemistry learning, and then at the same time it is motivated my student to know their culture and also values what is inside their cultures. And then I realized it is limited studies because most of my study is in qualitative research. Even I did ethnography and also critical autoethnography myself as a data. And then that's why the broader studies is needed to empower the student in environmental and culture sustainability in the other topic, not only chemistry, but the other topic and also diverse cultural context. That's why I believe that we're proud to be Indonesian. Thank you so much, Howell. That's all for my presentation. And it is Peter Tyler, the Professor of Transformative Education. And then thank you very much for all participants for the attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Yuli. That was absolutely fascinating. So many interesting ideas. which are related very convincingly with indigenous culture in different parts of Indonesia. Again, to put your questions in the chat box. While we're waiting for questions, I'd like to ask you a question myself, Professor Yuli.
Yeah.
Have you met any resistance, particularly from teachers or from education authorities, to your ideas about this, what we can call a revolutionary way of teaching chemistry?
Thank you, Howell. So what is most I face challenge is from the students actually. Because the student think why we should learn culture in chemistry, because they think that chemistry is only the test, chemistry is only laboratory work. You don't have to learn culture in chemistry. So what happened that I try to encourage the teachers that if you use culture in chemistry, you also have to embed it in the cultures. And then I'm lucky because in the blueprint of education, we develop like profil pelajar Pancasila. One of the ideas as P5, project P5, there is also kebinekaan related to the topic of the culture differences. So the ideas of ethnochemistry is really supported by the policy in Indonesia in the curricula. And as a lecturer, when I apply the grant, the indigenous knowledge as a part of the team should be supporting by the lecturers to apply the grant. So at this time, I'm lucky for the related to the policymaker, but the challenge is from the students and the teachers when we learn culture is chemistry context.
Thank you. I'm wondering whether you found that involving both chemistry teachers and teachers of other subjects work. Maybe that's what you were referring to.
Yeah. That's very interesting because I did that kind of project on the STEAM, science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics. So we involve different subject teacher, like the language and also the economics. So they can put the dilemma stories not only based on the chemistry subject, but also different perspective. And it's really interesting result when you put together like co-teaching in the classroom together with the teacher from different subject. Yes, thank you. That's really interesting.
This is fascinating.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that I haven't heard about it. Sounds so valuable, so important for developing education.
Yes, I agree.
I still can't see any questions in the chat box.
Yes.
So I'll ask you another another question. If I
There is
may.
a question, Howell. There is a question in the chat box. The first is from Marni. There is what research and evidence support effectiveness of ethnopedagogy. So can I answer it or what should I do?
Things are not appearing here, so you can see.
Oh, okay. Probably the host can, but I can read through the chat, Howell. So first, Bu Marni, thank you very much for the question. So I developed the ethnopedagogy with mobile learning on the Lombok. Lombok is, we call it daerah 3T, the remote area in Indonesia. So we have published the paper, and then it is the quantitative research. Actually, we do both the mixed method, but we found that the students really engage from the qualitative study, that the student really engage in the ways of not only understanding chemistry, but also even in the Lombok, in the remote area, they still have that they lost their own culture identity. So it is really interesting result if you would like to have a look. And then if you have a look the ethnopedagogy itself, there is so many, sorry, my daughter. So there is so many so many result as well regarding the academic achievement, the motivation, but related to the culture awareness is from the qualitative part. Yeah, so you probably can have a look at the publication on it. And then Prof. Desi asking question, it was the best way to create the fun learning process from elementary students, but it doesn't not take a long time so that the learning objective is still achieved. So I always think that in education, we just cannot put like student center is the best and then the teacher center is the worst. That's we usually say like that, but there is Peter comes. Peter is my supervisor, and then that I have been mentioned in the presentation, and she joined. Thank you, Peter. So on my PhD study with Peter, that we mentioned about the dialectical thinking. So when you put your students in all that we mentioned about the student center, and then they face for being passive learners and they have to try to speak up, some of the students just not feel comfortable on it. So I think we have to put that kind of values on the education. So has been mentioned about the elementary school students, because elementary school students still have like myself, because I teach science, they still have the concrete subject. So being fun experiments and then engage with the nature is one of the ways. So Prof. Desi, I think it doesn't mean we have to do always the project based. We still can like one of the engage them with the story, engage them with the activities related to the environment. So I have done the STEM project as well on the elementary schools. That the result also really the student become really fun and enjoy in the teaching and learning. Can you see the question? No, you cannot. Yang panitia.
How can you teach students from
Yes.
different cultures?
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Peter. Peter mentioned about the system. Okay, thank you. And then thank you Bu Endang ya, Bu Endang Puji Asuti from UN Palembang that mentioned how can you teach students from different cultures. So if you have a look my presentation, I will show you my presentation regarding the cultural responsive teaching. On the culture responsive teaching, I has been mentioned that the step on the teaching method is self-understanding. So it is differentiated learning. So you have to identify your student background before you develop the project. So because in this first step of self-identification, you will find out the student background in the self-identification. So you can develop different kind of project, different kind of activities that related to their cultures. You can find out the grouping of the culture that has the similarity. It's like differentiated learning. That's why the cultural responsive teaching one of the framework that can be used for the differentiated learning. So when you identify the cultural background, you can develop the different problem-based, different case, different project that's really related to their cultures. So it will be moved forward into the next step of the cultural understanding. I have done it in the classroom. That is 5 big groups in the classroom. So they have 5 different project, like one of related to Javanese, Sundanese, and then from Batak, and then from the other is from Palembang. So they develop different kind, and it is related to one chemistry concept, for example, because when you teach the cultures, it cannot separate from the achievement, the what you call it, like tujuan pembelajaran, capaian pembelajaran that we need to achieve in the classroom. That's why I usually told my students, if you have your innovative teaching methods, it should be also related what is the learning achievement in the classroom, because in the formal education, it is the things that you have to measure in teaching and learning. That's all. Thank you, Bu Endang, for the question.
Have people asked you about assessing students?
Yes.
So what do you answer? What's your answer?
Yeah. So for the assessment, I'm not really focused. I mean, I'm still understand that we have to assess the student understanding on the chemistry concept. But I understand that the holistic assessment of our students, not only their cognitive aspect, not only their understanding on the lower level and also the higher level, but how they apply the knowledge on their daily lives. So usually even I also assess what their values, they're like asking what throughout the reflective journals and also throughout the reflective writing, what they are feeling after using the culture to learn chemistry. And then sometimes I'm also using like journaling and also the peer assessment to assess how they're feeling about being differentiate with their peers, because they understand where we learn about the culture, they understand they are different between each other among their peers. So I think the assessment should be, sometimes even the assessment is throughout the project, not throughout the tests only. So I think the fairness on assessment should be implement different kind of assessment, different dimension of assessment. So it is being fairness of the assessment. So if you are interested how I did the assessment on the culturally responsive ethnochemistry and so on, you can have a look all the question and then also the activities that we have been developed throughout the project. So not only one type of assessment. That's all, Harold.
So my earlier question comes up again. Has there been resistance from teachers to these ideas about this?
Yeah, so I agree that regarding the assessment is so tricky, because the assessment itself is driven your student learning. That's why if you do different kind of innovative teaching approach like ethnochemistry, STEAM, project-based learning, case-based learning, but if you do the assessment on the multiple choice, focusing only the lower level of assessment, not applying on the daily life context, it's for me it's just useless, because the student will think why we should learn about the interesting topic, but when you do the assessment, it's not really related to the what will you learn. That's why if I develop the question, for example, if you need to answer the question, if you need to assess student understanding on chemistry concept, for example, the question should be related on the how that's chemistry concept related to the culture, related to the daily lives. So they will find out it is meaningful to learn because it's also related to the assessment. So I think our government at the moment, like the national examination has been abolished, and then we already have new ways of assessment, even though there is pro and contra on standard-based education system and so on. But I think it is the other ways of developing the project, and the student have the opportunity, like in differentiated learning, they have different type of outcome, different type of ways to show their performance, not only throughout the test, throughout the authentic and so on, authentic assessment and holistic. That's how.
Thank you. I think out of time, but I've learned a huge amount from this session, more than I expected
Thank you. Thank you, Howell. Thank you so
really,
much.
really
I really
interesting.
would like to meet you in person, but it's just so traffic to reach UNJ after my daughter graduation today. So I'm really sorry not for being.
Right. Yeah, we must meet sometime and carry on the discussion. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you
okay.
very
Thank
much,
you so
Professor
much.
Yuli.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for Professor Yuli Rahmawati, Ph.D. from Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Indonesia, and our moderator, Mr. Cowan, for today's session.
The fifth keynote speaker will be Professor Dr. Thomas Köhler from Technische Universität Dresden, Germany, and will be moderated by Miss Ade Dwi Utami, SPD, MPD, Ph.D. For Miss Ade Dwi Utami, SPD, MPD, Ph.D., the time is yours.
Afternoon, our dearest part. Finally, we will come to the last session of our keynote speaker today, and I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Thomas Köhler. Are you there around us? From TU Dresden University, Germany. Maybe the committee can highlight our professor, and while we'll find our beloved keynote speaker, I would like to read a bit of his biography. He is the chair of Educational Technology, TU Dresden Vocational Education Institute 2005, study physics, psychology, sociology, and also PhD communication psychology, and also have expertise in learning, teaching, research, and multimedia learning. So director of CODIP Center for Research Opens for Open Digital Innovation and Participation, chairman of GM Society of Media in Science, and board of LFVOS Leibniz Skill and Expertise. Are we connected to our speaker yet? Thank you. Beloved speaker, gonna investigate the implementation of artificial intelligence technologies for knowledge platform. It intends developing conclusion towards profiling higher education in global partnership by taking into account that digitization goes hand in hand with the change from analog media formats and communication to permanent digital mediation, which triggers cooperation mode, especially in the research-driven higher education sector. In particular, this leads to a change in the role and representation of human actors in education and research, from local cooperation to global partnership based on database representation of all actors. Since this has not yet been completely modeled in terms of media and education theory, it can be assumed that such modeling as a media didactic, media organizational theory can enable a new perspective with an epistemological character, especially for complex questions relating to the use of AI or artificial intelligence. Finally, the keynote present recent finding from Andres Skulimovsky, sorry for the wrong pronounce maybe, and our professor of research as well. Dear Professor Köhler, now I will hand it over to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the wonderful announcement, and I hope you can hear me clearly. If not, just give a little hint. Indeed, my topic is the usage of AI technologies for knowledge platforms, and I like to come up with some conclusions towards profiling higher education and global partnerships. And as announced, I'm working here at the German University of Technology, and my presentation is structured in several steps. But before I come to the topic, I would like to start with a first giving some insights about the background where I come from, because I guess this makes it a little bit more easy to follow the concepts and as well to see the ecology of the research and education activities I'm dealing with. So TU Dresden is a large university of technology in Germany. It's one of the prestigious ones, which has a full set of academic domains or academic disciplines, starting from the engineering, via the sciences, via even humanities, social sciences, and medicine. So by name, we are a University of Technology, but by a variety of subjects, we are a full university with almost 35,000 students in the public and 5,000 students in the private branch. And about 600 professors are doing research and as well profiling the very different education programs in bachelor, master, and doctoral level. And by now, about 18% of our students are international students, among them a number of Indonesian scholars on, I would say, mainly master and doctoral level. We are collaborating nicely with a number of Indonesian universities, including University of Jakarta, with a hopefully growing amount of cooperation activities. That's TU Dresden. Here I'm working as a professor at the TU Dresden Institute for Vocational Education and Didactics. This is an institute that is mainly responsible for running education programs and research in the context of vocational teacher education. By now, we are the most profiled such institute in the whole Germany, having 11 different chairs of professors working on the specific areas of special didactics, like, for example, didactics of engineering education or didactics of machine technologies, or as well as social education and household-related sciences, but as well hosting a number of chairs that deal with more overarching issues of TVET, like organizational development, continuous education, or my own specialty, which is the chair for education technology. The research at the institute, it's always bringing together projects of basic research or focus questions of basic research with activities in the context of the teacher training programs, as well activities in context of education development. And we are partnering with a number of sectoral actors, not only in Europe, but as well, especially in Asia, different Asian countries, including Indonesia quite a lot, and running programs for upskilling. One of those programs is just taking place this year in October for 25 Indonesian TVET specialists who will come to Germany for about 1 month in order to have a good quality insight into the local training conditions and the industry, and as well the higher education sector and research. So that's the, let's say, one-hand responsibility I'm dealing with, and here my focus is educational technology. So the question how educational technologies progress and to what extent this may be understood as insightful and meaningful development for almost any education practice, not only focusing on the TVET or higher education, but as well for general education or for aspects of knowledge cooperation in different industries. We employ very different technologies, AR, VR, as well AI technologies, and of course as well classic patterns of paper-based materials or other focus of media designs. On the other hand, I'm a director of the Research Center of TU Dresden, which is the Center for Open Digital Innovation and Participation. You can just, if you like to use your smartphone, have scan that code here, and then you will link to the respective website. This center is developing with about 75 specialists, research and technology development, but as well organizational implementation of new knowledge technologies, meaning that, for example, if there is a new tool going to be developed for questions of lifelong learning or for using AI and or virtual reality, then this means when implementing it into an educational institution, the process of education does change. There is a different workflows and patterns then that need to be considered, but as well the skills of those who are delivering education, so the professional staff like the lecturers or like the management staff of those institutes need to upskill or need to consider what different types of activities are relevant. And here we as well profile potential supporting schemes, including upskilling programs or new types of training for the education professionals. So there's two branches. One is related to the technologies in the context of TVET, and the other one is more open and it goes far beyond the focus on educational activity. For today's talk, I like to focus on the implementation of AI technologies in the context of knowledge platforms. Knowledge platforms can be found almost in any place, not only for education, but as well for the activity of the wider public or in different industries. And usually such platforms are used as well in an location-independent way due to the fact that it's online technologies and that don't have to be embedded into just a single institute's physical structure. And this leads to the opportunity to collaborate and use such infrastructures in even global partnerships. And the question is then how new formats of media technologies and respective online communications to lead to a permanent establishment or to permanent patterns of usage by implementing as well AI. And we see that there is a change of the roles of those who are working here, those who are taking over responsibility in the very different sectors, especially, but as well in education and in research, but not necessarily in the context of the education sector only, but as well in the different industries. However, what is missing is quite a lot that the institutes that implement and perhaps work with those technologies to have enough awareness of what it means structurally and as well put in the product related interpretation for their activities. And those rather complex questions can be addressed by forecasting research and as well by suitable empirical data in order to model what pathways of development might be suitable or might be can be expected. And here I will employ some recent research that has been profiled together with a colleague from Poland, Andrzej Skolimowski, who is a director of the Progress in Business Foundation, and as well with the National Research Network, Technologies for Competency and Technologies for Competency AI, that are currently running with incorporating a number of German higher education institutes, as well the National German Center for Artificial Intelligence. Let me come to the structure of the keynote. I guess It will take about 30 minutes from now on to discuss the different aspects with you, and at the very end we will have some time for discussing questions. So the first step, I will talk about digitization and developments which are related to so-called Web 2.0, so collaborative technologies, and what it meant for the change of academic practices, especially when it comes to new patterns of collaboration, which are institution overarching or which can be found then under the label of e-science, when first innovation and open innovation platforms did occur. In the second step, I will talk about recent research projects that did incorporate and do incorporate TU Dresden, so my university, and I will present some use cases that are related to the different industries in research and beyond, and will draw some conclusions. And then in the next step, I will present data of our empirical research and raise the question whether the methodology is becoming a new type of research when we employ such technologies, and as well in order to forecast by using AI, or respectively forecast the meaningfulness of AI in the context of mediated cooperation settings, and finally able to come to conclusions and present the experiences we've collected from that just mentioned research network, technologies for competency in artificial intelligence. Okay, so now let me come to the first section. We recently produced a book that is available as an open access publication with Springer. It's titled Organizing Academia Online, and our research that has been compiled here, it has been published 2021, has a strong focus on the question how does academia, meaning scholarly work, higher education, research activity, is going to be profiled by a more and more comprehensive implementation of digitally transformed academic routines. And the focus of our research is that the intersection between different domains like knowledge sciences, media informatics, or computer science, we have a need for taking into account organizational theory in order to understand how temporary and permanent knowledge collaborations arise, and how those are profiled in the context of learning, studying, but as well doing research and sharing the findings of that research with the other researchers or with the wider public, or with our, let's say, students who are going to graduate. And under the umbrella term of e-science, we have profiled or we have compiled a number of studies. For example, one of those studies dealing with the question what kind of structures of organizational character can be found in the research and higher education context. And what we see is that besides or beyond the classic physical structures of social entities, we find more and more virtual structures. That means structures that would not function without being networked in a mediated way. For example, today's conference could not be hosted without having the global implementation and easy access to online networking technologies. And this, what happens today, is kind of a temporary virtual organization. Well, I would even go below that. I would say it's a virtual project, or and it's a virtual team that comes together in that project. And then after the conference is going to be completed, of course, we won't stay in that collaboration anymore, at least not in the same shape. Some of these subgroups may continue, but others will then return to the destinations and won't meet again. Eventually, there might be a next edition in the next year, and so this organizational process can as well forecast and understood as a certain stable pattern. Then it would be a project. Eventually, in the longer run, it may become a virtual organization. This is something to be understood. However, the same principle may be found in not only in the research conference and research collaboration, but as well in education activities. So, for example, if some activists, some learners who collaborate due to the interest in obtaining an update in their competencies, then they would perhaps use an online infrastructure in order to overcome the limitations of a pure physical activity, meaning that they could more easily combine their educational experience with other routines. This especially applies for adult learners, but during the pandemic, all of us have learned that such infrastructure, such organization pattern is as well something that is quite valuable for, let's say, everyday activities, even for the younger students. And then we have an infrastructure like an education portal that is perhaps to be found in almost in any education institute. If you talk about higher education, if you talk about K-12 education or vocational training, then such infrastructures may not be found that often. And if you talk about then a global outreach, then we may find as well infrastructures like the ResearchGate platform or network that brings together researchers from very different countries all around the globe without having them becoming members of the same higher education or research institute. So it's a meta network that is overarching existing physical and social organizational virtual infrastructures in a fine way, highly functional, but a completely different design of doing collaborative research. So the question is how virtual organizations can be understood, or how organizational development can be understood as a framing condition for upcoming and for futurist perspectives in research collaboration. What we can see is that we have a number of studies already some years ago that deal with participation and different formats of online presence, and as well with the mobility and networking technologies. This is something that has become a topic for research more and more intensely, not only in recent days, but already since, I would say, at least 2 decades. However, it wasn't that focused on what's going on due to the fact that some of the developments, like what we have in the ChatGPT or the influence of video conferencing during pandemic, has been triggered and profiled only recently and has not been well forecasted or has not been considered as a useful practice by very many activists before. That's one of the quite recent developments is dealing with the open data movement, the idea of sharing data. And I think there is as well a quite comprehensive development to be expected eventually to some extent with the AI technologies. The awareness of the meaning of data in very different formats has become well, moved on further, but still there is skills and competencies missing a lot when it comes to the necessity to deal with those data by using appropriate techniques in a profitable way. For large, still it's an area that is mainly considered by the experts, but not by the wider public. This may change just recently with using of the AI-supported technology. So what is e-science? So the term is a little bit outdated. It came from the large grids and big data aspects. However, lately it moved into the direction of citizen science and open science approaches. So going beyond the let's say, computer science interpretation and coming to more insightful interpretation as collaborative practice in the context of research, but even beyond. Here in our state, small German state, we have even set up a research network, and we have defined it as the expansion of academic activities through the integration of information and communication technologies, and consider that scientific research, but as well communication processes and the dissemination of knowledge can be found under this umbrella term of e-science. And in our publication, which I just mentioned in the research volume, we as well explain it as enhanced science and not as electronic or so science. Important is to see that the focus first started with the infrastructures, with the networks, then it went on via heavy computing like the grid and cloud technologies. Later on, we had a focus on different methodologies more and more, so how to practice, what kind of research method is applied, and just recently this has moved on into the direction of cooperation with very different audiences, not only those who are directly involved in science, but as well with the wider public. So e-sciences as well, it's the development of the term describes as well a development of scientific practices, and in that sense it has as well an epistemological meaning. And if one follows this development, one can as well understand how scientific practice was and perhaps is changing. When we talk innovation, when we talk about innovation, then we see that it is on the one hand difficult to forecast without using such infrastructures like e-science or open innovation platforms and technologies. On the other hand, it is not all researchers that are already making use of such tools in a very thoughtful and conscious way. However, I would say that in most of the research contexts, this type of infrastructure is implemented step by step, and we are using, or on the other hand, we may as well employ other Web 2.0 like platforms like the ResearchGate or like Google Scholar or like more profiled systems in order to arrange activities around identifying innovative strands of our own research in collaborative manner, taking into account others' findings, but of course profiling that with the support of this connecting technologies. Still, at this point in time, the technologies are mainly implementing or having implemented text-based information. There is not yet a good implementation of multimedia-based technologies or multimedia-based objects or open data objects of different formats. And as well, the tools are only to a minor extent employ harvesting or information management technologies that are based up in AI algorithms yet. Still to come, but it has not reached a stage where this has a very wide implementation. Now let me come to the field accessible research, and I like to just briefly describe how we moved on in our activity. First of all, we have started already more than 10 years ago a e-science research network that brought together a number of higher education institutes and research centers, and we were running about 25 research projects under the umbrella of e-science, identifying suitable practices of scientists, but as well developing first tools and technologies. And this has been published in several studies dealing with the question of how scientists would have adopted open innovation technologies and other platforms for their daily routines. Those many years ago, the scientists were quite a lot still considering that technologies like the e-science platforms and so on are not really suitable and not really supportive. So they were quite hesitating to make use of it. This changed in the next project we dealt with. This was a trans-European endeavor in the years 2016 till 19, when we were profiling the collaborative scientific practice and new ways of data processing in a collaborative manner by using specific tools. We preferred as well to use cases, which I will describe later on. One may find as well some information here on that respective website. And then since about 2020, we are working on the usage of conversational agents, so-called chatbots, for assisting educational activities in higher education context, and meanwhile employ AI technologies quite a lot in a German national research network. So what is the idea of those use cases? It was mainly that we were working on the one hand on capacity building of the scientists. The idea is that the training of how to use those new technologies should be part of the activity, not only developing tools and technologies, but as well upskilling people. And on the other hand, embedding the newly trained routines into everyday practices as researchers, as information professionals, as citizens, but as well as people who are just going to educate themselves. And the very outcome should be to, and I would say still is, to have a more knowledgeable society in general terms. That's the structure of our research here. And in order to work with that, we have profiled two use cases, or in order to implement it, we have profiled two use cases. First use case is legal accountants. Here we are working with the Ernst & Young company, where there are so many compliance officers, and we have provided this technology for an internal use case embedded in that company's context, where the very many text-based material that needs to be needs to be processed by a legal accountant or by even a large team of legal accountants simultaneously is going to be supported by new type of technologies. Still, in that case, before or without AI, but by using complex algorithms of processing many more texts with the support of such machine technology and text mining tools instead of what a single person could have read individually. This is use case number one. Use case number two, a similar task, junior researchers. We have been collaborating with a number of research networks, and here the junior researchers mainly have the same job to do. They need to study all available literature that has a good quality and is focusing on the very topic of their research project. However, they more and more often feel that it is difficult to not only to scan, but as well to work through all those text-based material, deciding what material is relevant and what is of less relevance because of lower quality, and then to rework the findings that have been already published, but extract what is the most meaningful for their ongoing research. And here as well, the technology we developed is helpful and could support and increase the quality of the researchers in that context. If we have a more overarching look, then we can see that there is very many such systems that are providing similar support. However, in detail, they are very much different. So starting with decision support and expert systems existing since some generation, we now look for more visual information interfaces or learning support systems on the one hand, on the other hand as well employ other people beyond the science sector. It's as well the regular citizens who become part of that activity. And if you, for example, ask in your neighborhood who is using, for example, ChatGPT, then you will discover that it's not only scientists anymore, it's not only educationalists, it has started to be used as well by average people. And if you see who is searching for visual information, then you can see that such has been brought into the context of just everyday usage by, let's say, smartphone platforms, smartphone-based platforms, and it's something that is as well interesting for just regular people. So those very specific techniques have already left the research sector and are now embedded into the context of everyday practices and providing meaningful information retrieval routines for whole society. Still, there is some technologies to come. So if we talk about brain-computer interfaces, then this is something that is a little bit more ahead and still in the research labs mainly, has not yet made it so much to the wider public. Now let's come to some specific data, some empirical findings, and we have used those data we have collected in the context of a Delphi survey that has been published just recently to understand that in the next years we expect that the decision systems usage will be profiled further, and that in the next years we think that the forecast will show us that the intelligent decision systems with recommender functionalities will develop the way how forecasting takes place quite a lot, and will support as well the creativity processes of the experts. So technology becomes one of the basic instruments in order to trigger creative processes, and the collaboration between the human experts or users and the technology based systems can be found quite more meaningful, and this is development that's forecasted to speed up. And I think what we saw in the last months with the text-based systems is just one of the beginnings. What we think as well, this has been predicted by our research here when we did interview the experts, that in the period until 2025, multimedia-based material will be much more intensely used. And indeed, in one of our platforms, we have just implemented a multimedia search system that may go through the video-based material and use all those snippets in order to build a knowledge base and gain additional insight. And so it can be expected that such technology may as well arrive soon in the hands of all those users of mobile devices, most likely providing similar functions for creative exploration of the knowledge contents to almost every user. I will skip this question of the limitations now and move on to the final section of my presentation. First of all, I would like to present some experiences from a recent research network as a case we are working on at the moment. And here the question is how the competence development could be personalized through AI-assisted mentoring processes. And we have produced a so-called workbench, which is supporting educational staff by compiling information from very different sources in a domain-specific way, and then gives automated, teacher-independent feedback to the learners, or on the other hand, would aggregate the students' data in a new way and let as well the teacher identify potential hurdles or as well support which might be needed on an individual level. So what you can see here is a screenshot from our learning management system. It's a open source platform we are using in the local stadium with about 100,000 students. And here we have implemented, you can see with the red arrow, this mentoring technology for different procedures of analysis since about 3 years. And we are testing it and as well profiling the, researching the understanding of our students about the meaningfulness of such technologies. And this chatbot then is, as you can see here, is interacting in a text-based way with the learner and give some feedback. And what you can see is that due to the communication as well, the learners may ask the bot to compare texts they have produced with the knowledge base that has been implemented in the database. And then provide specific individualized feedback. And what you can see here, what this graph shows is that there is statistic measures that develop a kind of a network-like diagram showing what is the terminology used by the student and as well how the terms are interconnected, and the bot compares this with the similar network produced upon the material that has or that is building the knowledge base for the respective domain, and then the student can conclude to what extent he or she is missing some of the terms, and as well to what extent the interpretations perhaps might be less complex or might go with different terms that are not really embedded in a good way. So to conclude here, the technology is able to somehow understand or compare the meaning of those texts. And now on my almost last slide, I like to briefly focus with a little drawing I have made just lately, that the role of the teacher or the role of the just mark it here, my spotlight here, that in a classic media model we have a learner and a teacher, and we have the media, which is bringing somehow some communication in, or in another type of classic model we have the learner and we have the media, for example reading a text, interacting with the software, and then the teacher is assisting and supporting it. However, nowadays with the AI technologies, it's more like a triangle. We have the teacher, we have the student, and we have the technology, and so media is changing its character. It may stay as an object, but more likely it's becoming a third subject here, and then interacting with both with the teacher and with the learner, and eventually just profiling a more independent approach in well, activating and supporting the activities of both as a mentor, support system, but as well as a partner for the learner. Okay, so just move on to the conclusion. So we can see that decision support systems have become more and more available. We may forecast that, of course, multimedia content is something to be multimedia as well. Collaboration measures is some development to come in the context of instant knowledge platforms, and AI-based tools are already about to arrive. These systems may become more autonomous and may share as well activities with the humans. That tasks that could have been done by researchers may be handed over to the technologies in a more almost partner-like way. So we may talk about companions, but not about classic media anymore. And the Web 1.0 interpretation has perhaps doesn't sustain in such an interpretation anymore. It's more the social web interpretation. However, it's it's now enriched by a parasocial actor, the agent-based systems. And we can as well conclude that there is no scientists who would be able to conclude or to complete its research activity without automated digital technologies. And this is something that really has an epistemological dimension, because the question is then, well, would we be able to continue science and as well education, especially higher education, without the technologies? Of course not. And I think we are just becoming aware that there is quite a large change going on. The digital transformation has, or the next wave of digital transformation has reached the sciences and creates new demands for new competencies. And it's not so much a question of the infrastructure, it's more a question of our mindset to take into account those challenges. Core technology or core element of those developments is, of course, data, something that has been perhaps not accidentally, but very nicely forecasted by creative arts already several decades ago. What you can see here is Commander Data. Some of you may know him from the Star Trek series. I think it's a fascinating, visionary forecast that has been made about almost 50 years ago, and perhaps we now have reached what has been forecasted already some decades ago, but we all are a little bit shaken by the sheer speed of the arrival of those new technologies. If you'd like to continue the discussion about practicing activities, profiling skills of different knowledge-related professions, then you may join further conferences taking place here in Europe or in Germany. And before that, I'd like to thank you for your attention and open up the floor for a discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Köhler. That's really amazing study you presented, and I like the last conclusion you put. You give question to our mind, like, are we ready for that change? That's big change, not only for the way, like you said before, even for the way we communicate to each other, the way we conduct the research as well, and also, in fact, it is big influence giving change to the way we do teaching and learning. With the last picture you gave about the interaction between the teacher, learner, and the media, it is big things happening with this artificial question from myself, but I will hand it over to participant first. Is there any other question? Okay, we have one here. Ibu Endang Puji. You may unmute yourself.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thomas Köhler, thank you so much for your chance. Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Endang Puji Astuti. I am from Muhammadiyah University of Palembang. Actually, I am very interested for your statement and also material for this afternoon. So, sir, do you agree that if the internet is the central piece for scientific informations for students? What do you think, sir? Thank you.
Well, I would not say that the internet in general terms is the let's say, foremost information source for students, it will still be the expert's opinion. But the question is how expert's opinion can be accessed. And of course, there's still a need to have those different formats, like scientific papers of a good quality of peer review, or as well databases like ResearchGate, or as well have perhaps online talks in a video-based format, and some further collaborative measures. But what will be the way to explore such, or to take into account such fine information, is that we employ technologies, or it was perhaps something like a text search in previous days. Now we employ other technologies that more having the character of a support system that suggests us how to profile a search and where to go for. I mean, in a Google search, I can receive some statistics about the, let's say, with some parameters. But with the new technologies, we may even use material of multimedia-based format, and we as well collaborate with the technologies in a way that we not purely ask a question and the technology gives the feedback, or we implement a term for a search and then we get a collection of data. No, it's more a collaborative process that on the basis of such human-computer interaction does happen. And so a researcher then, and it can be as well a student as a researcher, may start to implement different routines, collaborating with the media-based material or with the media-based companions in order to move on. We have already shifted the, let's say, the research from using just paper pencil-like production of findings into a world where we use computer-based systems like with text processors and so on, and produce our text in a collaborative way. But now the AI technologies may have started to contribute to that, and soon enough this may take into account as well multimedia material. So it's not about searching, it's about collaborating, I would say. And this goes beyond the human-computer interaction principle, and it as well demands for new roles among the researchers and of the education professionals. This would be my trial of an answer to your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Endang. And then if there's another participant that would like to give answer to our professor, you are very welcome. While waiting, Professor Köhler, I would like to bring back the question to you about like, are we ready? What do you think about the readiness of the society worldwide based on your, maybe, I don't know if you conduct study in different contexts. What do you think about that?
Thank you for asking that. The readiness is indeed, it's happening faster than I would have expected. I can see that there's many users, and especially in the younger generation, that apply the or employ the digital technologies, AI-based technologies in a quite fast way. So they adopt it quite easily, and it seems that they are shifting their routines quite a lot, and would consider that fulfilling, or would always consider that fulfilling their tasks could be done much more effective and even better quality when employing the routine. So they are exploring it quite nicely. However, if I see the established education and research systems and institutes or structures, we have a little more difficulty with that. And now I think we should explore as good as possible without too much hesitation, and as well discuss about qualities, standards, competencies that are needed, and as well support measures, and this process is not something that is going to be completed in the next, let's say, 1 or 2 years. It will go on. However, it will be much. It will need, of course, our serious attention and practicing. So we have opened the door, and now we not only technology but as well ourselves should go through it.
Thank you. If I can follow up, because we still haven't got any participant giving question yet. If we can follow up about your concern, because what you said is part of the collaborative process. It is very ideal, and also with your diagram, how this gonna impact the interaction, or how the teacher, learner, and media interact each other. It is really brilliant that somehow not really replacing the teacher, but somehow it is give changes for sure, but in
Yeah.
different way give impact to the learning process as well. So do you have any concern to reach that ideal condition of the learning process with this? In the
So we
meantime,
could, thank you for the question. It's indeed a question for the professionalization of the knowledge staff, including teachers and researchers, and as well perhaps journalists or other or administrators who have to deal with certain information, resources, and access, and so on. So first of all, I think it's obvious that the technologies are the partner for those professions quite a lot, and it's not that it stays with the classical of the media. On the other hand, we are able now to work with different qualities of information. So usually the good quality in science is just a pure text. However, if we have the text-based informations like scientific papers of a high quality, they are not accessible for average persons, because they are able to deal with that text, not only because it may be in different language, but it's as well in a way condensed that one needs to have a large expertise to understand that. We may now think about using multimedia-based material that is providing the insight. I could even imagine that I give a high-quality paper to an AI and say, please make it a few snippets of video that you may generate in an automated way that is that can be understood by K-12 8th grades in the who have studied in an Indonesian high school. So something to come. And so the teaching person will still be the one who is profiling, but the almost simultaneous creation of the material or of the communication to be used, this may be supported by the technology. And so the technology becomes an intelligent co-creator for knowledge communications in very different formats, including multimedia material. And I think this is something that is hasn't been considered in a suitable way yet.
Thank you very much, Professor Köhler, for your explanation. And if there's no more participant giving question, I think that's the end of our session today, Professor Köhler. It is have the fruitful discussion with you, and also very amazing presentation you give. We hope we can have another session with you, bringing this, highlighting the implementation of the AI in the educational practices, because somehow in Indonesian context, it is now becoming new trend, but we are still lack of expert or also literature conducted here back to Indonesia about these practices. So hopefully we can see you again in another session, and thank you very much. Bye-bye, Professor Köhler.
Thank you very much for your interest, and see you soon enough. Yes, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and dearest participant, that's the end of our last keynote speaker session in the third International Conference on Humanities, Education, and Social Science. Saya Ade Dwi Utami, undur diri. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Thomas Köhler and Miss Ade Dwi Utami, SPD, MPD, Ph.D. for the session.
Before we end our session today, there will be a closing statement that will be given by Professor Dr. Insinyur Arita Marini, ME. For Professor Insinyur Arita Marini, ME, the time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable participants, our distinguished resource persons, good afternoon from Jakarta. My name is Arita Marini. As the coordinator of Collaboration and Development Center, I'm representing the director to give closing remarks in today's the third International Conference on Humanities, Education and Social Sciences, ICHEDS 2023. Thank you for allocating your time to attend and participate in this annual international conference. We have now reached the end of this session. Once again, thank you for the keynote speakers for sharing your thought and expertise on this. We truly appreciate your kind and intensive support to conduct this annual international conference. Thank you very much for the very insightful session, and thank you for the questions. And once again, thank you for all participants who have actively involved in this annually international conference. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Don't forget that this is an annual international conference, so please keep yourself updated by checking on our website. See you on the 4th International Conference on Humanities, Education, and Social Sciences, ICHEDS 2024. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay.
After having such an alluring discussion and insightful lectures, we have finally reached the end of our today's event. We, Misha Marieta Sarear and
Fahrendi Vicky
from Duta Universitas Negeri Jakarta would like to give our gratitude and farewell.
Thank you very much for your participation today. See you on our International Conference on Humanities, Education, and Social Sciences 2024. Good afternoon and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.